Both of these women were leading in the first leg of the Grand Prix as well. So it's a bit of a deja vu situation. Let's see how they fare today.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is round 3 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, still joined by my loyal co-commentator, Evgenij Miroshnichenko. How is my pronunciation today?
Brilliant, as always. Welcome, guys. Today, as always, and we'll be telling you every day, a lot of exciting chess is expected.
Yep. And 2 rounds have been passed before, and today I think there will be many comebacks, because we'll see from the field many of the female players here, they want to, some of them would like to maintain the lead, but some of them also would like to score some points, Miro.
Well, if we are talking like games between the leaders, we have we have Assaubayeva and Tsolakidou playing each other, so well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the pairings or what we have on the menu for today. And on the top board, I think it's going to be Divya Deshmukh playing against Aleksandra Goryachkina. And Tan Zhongyi will be playing against Kateryna Lagno. Batkhuyag Munguntuul, the only winner from yesterday's match, will be playing against Humpy, and Nurgyul Salimova will be taking on Elisabeth Paehtz, who is currently 0 out of 2, and Bibisara Assaubayeva will be taking on Stavroula Tsolakidou.
So Assaubayeva, Tsolakidou and Tan Zhongyi are in the lead with 1.5.
Yes.
That means what? That means very, very intense straight from the start, right?
Yep,
it's not an easy pairing for Tan Zhongyi, though.
It is not.
Kateryna Lagno is very solid, and I believe these ladies, they've played quite a few games against each other, so know each other very well. Goryachkina, for now, is not very impressive, I must say. So she escaped, rather bad position against Lagno in round 1. She was close to winning, if not winning, yesterday, but let it slip and had to settle for a draw. Today, black against Divya Deshmukh is not easy again.
It is not, yes. But to see the whole picture of the standings, we can take a look who is currently leading right now.
Yep.
And on sharing the first place, we'll have 1.5 pointers, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Stavroula Tsolakidou, and Tan Zhongyi. And sharing the 4th until the 8th place with 1 point. 50%. We'll have Kateryna Lagno, Divya Deshmukh, Humpy, and Aleksandra Goryachkina. And Munguntuul is also on 1, thanks to her victory yesterday against Elisabeth Paehtz. And Nurgyul Salimova is on the half points, and Elisabeth Paehtz is trying to score some point today.
So it'll be Salimova against Paehtz. Also very important
match
game for them both, because in case any of these ladies win, that means like you're back in the tournament. Even in Lizzie's situation, she wins, she's like on 1 out of 3, but starts putting points on the scoreboard, means back in the tournament. Like if you lose in round 3, that beats Elisabeth or Nurgyul, like even half point out of 3, and very depressing mindset after a loss. They'll pretty much would be tournament's over.
Yes. So in this tournament, it's not only about your chess technique, right? But your mentality is also being tested, especially with such, I would say, not really too impressive of a performance for the first 2 rounds. But again, every round here is so hard. Even to get half a point is really hard, let alone a full point. So that's why also I would about to say your endurance, your stamina, you also have to think about it too, because this is not a short tournament. We'll be playing for 9 rounds, and today is only round number 3. And I think, I don't know about you, but I think I can already tell that players are getting so tense. It might actually affect their stamina overall.
Of course, like 9 rounds isn't easy, and yeah, like 11 rounds, the previous instances, like previous years of Grand Prix, 11 rounds, it's almost for sure. If you are not doing well in a tournament, like I can hardly recall any stories of like glorious comebacks. Usually if it starts bad and you're getting, stuck in this, like in the
Right.
middle of a table, and it goes back and forth, and only 9 rounds, it's even harder to pull a comeback. So that means every starting round is very, very important. So today would be concluding sort of the opening of the tournament. Like if we divide 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3
Third
rounds.
of
So opening,
one
middle
third.
game, end game, right? For Swiss events, usually, like you want a very good start and you want a very good finish. For round robin, I guess it's the same.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so starting well is important, and of course, like finishing well, the finishing spurt is also very, very important. So yeah, we'll see. So kind of turning point, round 3, and the games are about to start.
Yes, and I want to ask one thing. For you, how significant it is to have like your lucky number if you're playing a round-robin tournament? Because, well, your starting number will decide whether you will have more whites or more blacks.
Yeah, well, lucky number, I don't know if such thing exists for me. Of course, yeah, like for pretty much any chess player, like having more white games would be more pleasant. So you want to be in the top half, but that's about it. So I wouldn't care like to be number 1 and then play 2 consecutive whites, or so this is not as important. I guess ideally, yeah, you want to have like out of 9 rounds, you want to have 5
Five
whites,
whites.
but also if we think of it, so our leaders, Stavroula won with black? Question mark? Yes, I
Yep.
think she won with black.
Against
Assaubayeva
Munguntuul,
won
yeah.
with black. So it's not necessarily a good thing to have the white pieces. Yeah. Tan
Right.
Zhongyi against Lagno, and the move is d4. So
Yes.
you were right. So round 1, e4 that she played was a surprise.
It was a surprise because I think she's also thinking about her opponents. I mean, Elisabeth Paehtz, when Tan Zhongyi was playing with e4, she was really unpredictable with her opening choice. So probably in order to surprise Elisabeth, Tan Zhongyi chose to play e4. But now she comes back to her own habitants, yeah? Playing first move d4, d5 and an f3. It can transpose to any openings now.
Yeah, well, Lagno, I'm trying to recall what does d4, d5, d7, d5 on move 1 mean, because Lagno, I remember her playing the Grunfeld long time ago. She played the Nim. She has like a very wide opening repertoire, and I feel like she's one of those players who can prepare, a particular opening for the tournament, and then be ready to play like 5 black games. Okay, I will play the same because I'm ready, so on.
Ooh, look at
And
that.
it is the London
London.
system. Yeah, it is the London system. It's very, very annoying, I must say, for the players with the black pieces. Not because it's a very strong opening. I mean, it's a good opening. Nothing to say. But why it is annoying? Because for a very long time, people were not taking it seriously. Okay, because you had other problems to solve, like
Right.
something very sharp and this and that. Yeah, like some long principled lines. And you would think, okay, he or she plays the plays the London, so be it. I'll just play some setup. But now, like since I don't know how many, maybe 5 years, maybe a bit more than 5 years, became so popular. Like Magnus has played it, like pretty much every top player has played at least a couple of games in classical time control. And people realize it's very venomous. It's very tricky. If you do not know your lines exactly, you can actually get in trouble pretty easily.
Yeah, almost every chess platform now, they have the study of London, right?
Yeah.
As black or even as white, and various types of variations in London as well. I mean, I'm a London player myself, so I can speak it for both colors too. Yeah, it is a very interesting opening, and I also don't mind playing against London itself. I think it's you can always find something new out of this opening and some new ideas, and then it is intriguing. Just as a player, you become like a very curious person just because out of this opening. And usually the choice of London itself, you can delay knight f3, you can also play knight f3 itself, but in my personal opinion, playing an early knight f3, it limits the variations that you can play as a London player as white. So, but it doesn't mean that it's less venomous. So now, Kateryna is a big Grunfeld player. Do you think?
Oh well, she was playing. No, but I don't think you want to go g6 here. No. Yeah, like in fact, some Grunfeld players they do this, like g6, bishop g7, and you still pretend to play sort of the Grunfeld. But I don't think it's a great idea with the pawn being already on d5. No, to be honest, I'm expecting like something very, very calm, like e6.
Or c5
or
rather.
c5, yeah.
And she just played it. c5 is now on the board.
She did play c5.
Yes.
c5. Now
E3?
with knight on f3, it's e3 exclusively,
Of
right?
course, yeah.
Because there were some systems with dc5, I think. If the pawn is on e3,
It's
you could
pretty
take.
bad though, yeah. You could take, but it gives black a quick edges in the opening. So e3, I think it's a more solid option, and it gives you more ideas as well. Okay, now it is a question whether you play e6 or knight c6 here, depending on what you want to get. If you want to get a sharp position, you play knight c6 here, and then it can transpose to many of other variation involving knight h5 mainly, but also she does knight c6. So
Knight c6,
yeah,
the most
because
principal
e6 you can just play it even on the next move if you want to have like a calm variation. So we'll see. I think on the next move will determine the characteristic of the game. Now knight bd2. Okay. Now,
Wait a second, knight bd2.
yeah, there's a huge line of queen b6 in this variation, involving all the supercomputers Alpha 0, Lila 0.
You mean this
Yeah.
one, queen takes b2 line, or?
Yes, exactly. And then queen takes b2, rook b1, queen c3, bishop b5, and all this sacrifice on c5, and there might be some e4 sacrifice as well, which I don't think will happen in this game. I don't know which variation that Kateryna will play, but I don't think it's going to be queen b6.
Yeah.
You can play e6 here, or even a calmer variation is bishop g4, and you can sort of pretend that this is, like the side way of.
Knight h5.
Oh, knight h5.
Here.
Okay, so
Knight
we
h5
go
is
for the
here.
sharp variation now. Okay, it's
And
interesting.
which one is here? Is it dc5 here, or?
You can choose. There is dc5, and then you take on f4, and then there will be b6 or g6 first.
I think g6 at some point was considered to be like fine for black, and very often, as you said, like you would just go b6, sacrifice the pawn, and thanks
you have the
to
compensation,
the
yeah.
dark square bishop, thanks to the dark square bishop, black gets some sort of compensation.
But there's also one complicated line here that after knight h5 you go for bishop g5, which I think, if you analyze it thoroughly, black might be a bit better, but it's gonna be very complicated. So I
Bishop
think
g5, h6, I guess, right? Bishop h4,
something like that, and knight e5.
g5, knight e5. I am.
But now it's a crossroad for Tan, because I don't know whether she was expecting knight h5 to happen, because first of all, I don't think she was expecting first move d5 by Lagno.
Yeah, so that's we can only speculate, but again, London doesn't seem to be the main repertoire opening for Tan, right?
No.
And I can imagine, like, you come to the conclusion, I'll play the London opening because my opponent plays a particular system. And then if it's not the system that Lagno played today, then Tan could be,
Maybe
up
she's
for
on
an
her
early
own now,
surprise.
yeah.
And now she has to think what to do exactly. Can you kind of try to shut everything down? No, not really. I was thinking, because some people play the London like in not very inventive fashion. So my objective is to play c3, bishop d3, castle, and then see what happens, right? Here I do not have this option. Like, it would be probably like going bishop g3, but then black just happily takes, pair of bishops, no worries, right?
Yeah, usually you would like to trade this bishop on f4 with the other bishop on f8. usually going to d6. But on this case, you have to try not to trade it with the knight and try to somehow
Yeah,
distract
it's
the pawn structure of
this
blacks.
or this.
Yes,
Yeah.
only those two moves.
Okay, so this is it for Tan Zhongyi with Lagno. Let's move somewhere else. I suggest Assaubayeva with Tsolakidou because it's move 13.
And I
Unlike
just
other games, so this developed very, very far already, so must be some theoretical line.
And I just saw my favorite move on the board.
Wow.
Something to do with the G pawn.
This is cool. This is cool.
This is cool.
for
Let's see what
sure.
happens from the start.
So it is, yeah, a game between Bibisara Assaubayeva with white against Stavroula Tsolakidou. And, well, I just realized the intrigue here is that Bibisara herself is a King's Indian player.
Yes.
So it's a King's Indian player playing against the King's Indian. I don't know if Tsolakidou does King's Indian on a regular basis. So knight c3, bishop g7, d4, castles, e4, d6, bishop e2, e5, d5, a5. So it's what's called a Petrosian system or something. Bishop g5, h6, and bishop to e3. Well, I'm learning something new. Okay, it's probably not new. It's just I'm not say informed on the latest theory because for me, I'm still in this in this world where the bishop was going to h4. So bishop e3, provoking black, of course, to go knight g4 with the tempo on f5, so which looks like very, very tempting. h3, knight goes back, takes on f5. So the difference compared to, let's say, white could have gone to e3 in one go, right? But with black pawn on h7. But now with the pawn on h6, with the pawn, or rather here, with the pawn on h6, these light squares are somewhat soft, right? And then after e takes f5, capturing with the bishop would probably be a bad idea. Because the g6 pawn is weak. I mean, you can go knight h4 maybe and take the bishop, or maybe you can go g4, bishop goes, I don't know where it goes, maybe it has to go all the way back to c8, and then you just somehow play for the light squares.
Yes.
The fact that the pawn is, the pawn on g6, or rather the pawn is on h6, and therefore g6 pawn is always a target. Yeah. So knight back to f6, e takes, g takes, and once again, g takes is the most logical move, the most straightforward move, and g4 played very quickly, kind of indicating I'm prepared. That's the line I'm willing to play. G takes, h takes. Stavroula captures g4 with the knight, also relatively quickly. It's not, intuitively, I wouldn't say it's the first move that comes to mind.
So it's a good thing our girls here, they seem to be very well prepared, both Bibisara and Stavroula. So we'll see whose preparation will work out on this game.
Knight e4, also quite quickly, leaving black wondering what to play next.
And Stavroula just played knight a6, by the way.
Knight a6.
A very typical idea in this King's Indian, yeah? You want to get the knight out via a6. And Bibisara just played something. What was that? Knight h4.
Knight h4, yeah. Hitting this knight. Knight might go to g6. It's quite interesting. And I wonder if it's really all that is prepared or someone's bluffing. Because no, seriously, because as black, I just don't know. Maybe it could be that it's a topical line which I'm unaware of. Because if it's not, then I imagine myself playing with black, I'd be spending a lot of time here, even if I'm familiar with the position. Because it's such a sharp line, the price for each move is so high that I do not want to play any inaccurate, like, let's say you confuse the moves order, you play knight a6 and you were supposed to go there and something else, and there might be no way back. Like in some positions, we can talk, I don't know, Carlsbad structure, Queen's Gambit. Like you misplay the opening, you've done something stupid, and instead of getting equal position, you're getting slightly, let's say, slightly more passive but defendable. Here, like you play a wrong move, you might be lost.
Exactly. I'm trying to check it for you, Miro. So we'll see if this has happened before, because it's also looking pretty new to me. And there were actually just 3 games, and
Knight h4, knight c5 is still
there
still
are
possible, yeah?
there are games on this position. Yes, I'm checking up to knight c5, and
Yeah.
knight h4 is new because most of the players they play. What do they play here? Oh, knight c5 is the last move, right?
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking it could be that knight fg5 is the move.
Bishop takes g4. Knight c5, bishop takes g4. Yes, this is
It's still played, yeah.
still was played before. Knight takes e4. And
bishop
then
e3, and we already have it on the board.
bishop e3. Yeah. Yeah, there are now actually there are 4 games, so probably there was some transposition
transpositions,
before.
yeah.
Yes. And the move here that other players played, all of them played queen f6.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah. You want to
Yeah,
pressurize
we can-
f2?
Yeah, so queen f6, and what does white do? Do they take c8?
Take c8, yes. And then rook takes c8.
Rook takes c8, yeah. I wanted to show that knight f2 probably
You can give a
doesn't
check
work
first,
because you
yeah.
give a check, king goes to h8. Let's say
h8.
maybe you go queen,
Queen c2.
queen c2. Just queen
Yeah,
c2,
and
and
knight
you're
g6,
threatening knight g6.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta take on c8.
Yep, so after queen f6, bishop c8, black will have to take on c8, and white perhaps defends
Queen
the
c2.
f2 pawn with
Naturally,
queen c2,
yes. And now there are 2 options after queen c2. Where does the knight
g5
go?
or c5, yeah?
Exactly. Which one would you like best?
I don't know, intuitively I want to go to g5 to kind of shut down the g file, you know, to have this knight closer to my king. But again, the position is sharp enough for my intuition not to work. It can be that, yeah, okay, intuitively you want to do one thing, but you're supposed to do the other.
Yeah, after knight g5, it's just long castle. So, well, I like that how the players really did their work because the games that are in this position, they are not coming from really strong players. I mean, we're talking about 21, 2300. So, but it reminds me of when I was commentating for FIDE World Cup in Baku, and there was a game that Fabiano Caruana was playing, and I think it was against Abbasov Nijat. And in the interview, he said he was following a game from girls under 12, like so many years ago. And the girl was actually playing perfectly and up to some point, and then he was just following that game, and then analyze it deeper. So it means that your source of idea, it doesn't have to be coming from, you know, like strong grandmasters. If you actually just being objective to the evaluation of the position or the game itself, it can be coming from anyone. But what's surprising is it was coming from an under 12 girls game, and then they played like really good chess, and it was the pre-computer age. So yeah, for this one, I think they really did their homework here, because what just happened, I think
Bishop c8 and
Bishop c8, rook
rook
c8, and
is
queen c2.
played, and queen c2 is played as well. Yeah. So
So
move 20.
move 20 still within their preparation, and
Impressive. I have to say, because that's I think the first instance in this tournament that both players are well prepared.
very well prepared. Yes, and knight g5 or knight c5 here both are acceptable. So it's just a matter of taste, I would say, which one that Stavroula will choose. Right. So Assaubayeva didn't take any time to play
Yeah,
the
she
moves.
managed to accumulate 5 minutes.
She even has more time now than the starting point. Amazing.
Okay, and that's perhaps the first moment where Stavroula will take her time, so we can move to the other games and
Sure.
check what happens on the other boards.
Okay, let's go to, I think this is quite an important match. It's between Salimova versus Paehtz.
Yeah, let's do.
Because mentally speaking, yeah, they are on the last 2 of the standings right now. So naturally speaking, again, like they want They want to score something, like half a
Yeah.
point or even a full point.
It's like it's as you said, it's an important match, but it's such a weird position, to be honest. And I have a lot of questions to the players. Like here, so Elisabeth plays c7, c6, which is it's a very strange move order.
Explain why it is strange. From the point of view, I
I'm
understand.
trying
but
to I'm trying to understand like what Black wants to kind of to gain starting with c6, because like naturally you can do c6 here, symmetrical Grunfeld or whatever. Yeah, this we know, right? You can go c6 and then say after c4 your plan was to go d6 and play the King's Indian with c6, but then once again it's not clear why would you start with c6. You can do exactly the same by starting with d6, because c6 White thought for a bit and said, you know what, I will play this line, rook e1, d5, knight d2, and opt for e4, and maybe c6 is still fine here. Yeah, it just like it doesn't spoil anything. It's just a very strange like a move order. You start with c6, then you go d5.
Probably she just wants some flexibility in the setup. Like probably if it's not rook e1, she would go for some other setup. But and also, yeah, I think it's just
Bishop f5,
more
knight
to
here, bishop
flexibility.
d6, c3, knight d7, e4. Takes knight, yeah. So usually it's knight takes, yeah, bishop takes. It's I want to say rather. I mean, it's quite equal and for the time being rather boring position. Not symmetrical though, so there is potential for this to develop into something interesting. I guess knight f6, bishop g2, bishop d5 could be an idea.
And will White allow the trade for such a position?
Yeah, like if this happens,
yes.
I don't. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, maybe you do something like bishop f1 or even bishop h3. At least that's what I understand. It's quite controversial. It's like it looks ugly, but at the same time it's an ambitious move, because I want to get knight g2, knight e3, trade the bishop, and then kind of keep a pair of bishops advantage, which might still be not much if say black just like
b5,
expands here. And I go, let's say black keeps expanding, and after knight e3, black allows me to take, and might be not worried much. Let's say goes e6, takes, and this structure, I don't know how much, yeah, how unhappy black would be, let's say, to get this one. Maybe on contrary, he's very happy. So that's reverse Carlsbad, right? So reverse Carlsbad structure, but white does not have to usually. e5 in this situation is a very nice outpost for the knight, which is not there, right? So add a pair of knights, and then white at least has a clear plan. So knight goes d2, f3, e5. If black captures, you capture with the pawn, and so on. Here, white's resources are very limited. You can still kind of go for some sort of like expansion on the king side, but you're lacking behind. Black is already kind of pushing b4 here. That's one thing, and also like in an absence of the knights, it's not that easy to attack the king. So I guess this is perfectly acceptable, and that's why maybe I should not be doing any artificial things. Maybe I should just like develop bishop g5, queen d2, and so on. So quite equalish.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, this looks quite equalish, and I think meanwhile we can jump to another game.
Divya with Aleksandra?
Yeah, sure.
So Divya Deshmukh against Aleksandra Goryachkina, and this is also relatively quiet for
Four knights.
4 knights d4 or Scotch 4 knights. Yeah, Halloween gambit is knight takes e5, but yeah. This one is less exciting, bishop d3. Well, still, like if you don't know exactly what you're doing with. By the way, I should probably mention that on a high level, like in candidates tournament, I think featured this game. This is what people play. Like Fabi has played, for instance,
25.
e5, ed5, then castles. And the point is that you are supposed to go like bishop g4 very early. And again, I do not know all the details. I do not remember why. I'm too stupid to remember these lines. But yeah, so they are avoiding something by playing this. Over here, white goes for h3, queen f3 setup, which was, well, if not invented, but popularized on a high level by Vladimir Kramnik, and like mid 2000s, maybe after 2010. But I remember his game, a few of his games, like, and he I'm not sure if he won the game against Aronian, but for sure he's got an advantage against Aronian in this case. And rook e8, rook b8 setup was, if I remember well, was considered to be an equalizer for black. So rook e8, bishop f4, and I guess bishop d6 is what he do. Bishop e6. And white's setup is kind of tricky. So I guess rook d1, in some cases bishop e5, this knight tries to get to f4. It's not much, but white is like somewhat better, somewhat more flexible. Tries to exploit the fact that black's pawn structure is, I don't want to say bad, there is nothing bad about this pawn structure, but like it's hard to move. Like you move d4 and you give in some squares. Like you start moving c5 and then the d pawn becomes a target on the d. So kind of less flexible in a way.
Yeah, but I think eventually the bishop will go to d6, yeah, because I think you have to make use of the b file with the rook, so there's only one way to do that. But I think what Aleksandra is doing here is just that she's making a few of waiting moves just to see what her opponent has in mind of any particular setup, because as you mentioned, knight e2 is very typical in this variation, or knight a4, depending on actually what she wants, yeah. Yeah, I think because I play this also for both colors. And
You play it, right?
Yeah. And yeah, rook e8, bishop e6 is quite a rare order of moves, I would say, because normally before touching the rook even, you want to just move your bishop, because yeah, like in this position,
like
yeah, like bishop d6 here,
yeah.
Just want to get use of the b file as soon as possible. Yeah, but this is interesting. I mean, in this type of position, it's almost like the Joko piano. Like, which move order is better? You're never sure.
Yeah, I agree. It's like it has a very drawish reputation, the entire line. But then if you're, let's say, if you didn't take your time to memorize all these sharp lines with d5, e5 castle, and you're just you just think, okay, it's nothing, I'll just like develop normally and we'll have a game, you can get in trouble. It's not as easy, like especially if white knows exactly what he's doing. So I guess next move could be rook d1. Could
be, yes. Yeah, I don't see a point of kicking the bishop with a3, I guess. I think it's better to just develop the rooks. And you cannot do rook e1 yet, because the knight is still pinned.
Because d4, right?
Right. Because normally if the bishop was already away from b4, you can do this type of move, but not now.
So this would be too much. Yeah, bishop e1, bishop g5. I'm looking at that. This can't be right. I mean, I do have some threats, but no, it's not real. It's not real. No.
Okay.
But you're right. Yeah, like they do want to put the rook on e1. Sometimes bishop on e5, something like that. Okay, so this we have a game, not the sharpest position, but yeah, quite a tricky one.
So let's take a look at the one that we haven't seen before. It's Munguntuul Batkhuyag versus Koneru, because what we're looking is, well, it used to be a roll-upus, but now,
well, it is.
It is. I mean, in the final position, I think it's like in the borderline between the Italian and the roll-upus.
Bishop c5. d3, b5, castles, bishop g5, and h7, h6.
Now where does the bishop go?
I'm confused. I mean, it's like a mixture of all the lines in one. So, as you said, like seeing bishop on g5,
Yes. It's more like
nowadays it's very
Italian.
common in Italian. Yeah, it's very common in Italian. Also, white has played the Rui with d3, where normally black's bishop should be on e7.
Yeah.
That's why, like if as white you're preparing to play the line with d3, you have two options. You can go 5d3, after which bishop c5 is the move, or you can go castle as she did in the game, and then after bishop e7, okay, rook e1, let's pretend you're afraid of Marshall or something, you don't want to go rook e1, this is your move as well. I mean, you can play d3 here, move 6, and then usually bishop stays on e7. Yeah, and what happened in our game, after castles, black went bishop c5 nonetheless, and then white still played d2, d3, which isn't bad or anything.
No, I think it's fine, but it's, I think, diminishing white's advantage a little bit because
Yeah.
trying to avoid the main line here. What do you call it? Like the arcangles? Or it was almost like a molar. If white plays the main moves, of course. But now with bishop g5 and the fact that Munguntuul is pausing right now,
It's a little bit surprising.
it's
yeah.
surprising, right? Okay, she goes bishop h4.
Bishop h4. Well, in Gioco Piano Italian, you are planning to use and sometimes abuse this spin because black would by that point in time already have the pawn on d6 or a6 and the bishop on a7. Here, if black feels any sort of danger, can always go back
Bishop
to
e7,
e7.
yeah. Would you go with g5 here?
That's something that I'm debating. Yeah, g5, and we have to say that over here this sacrifice
Won't work,
probably doesn't work like at all because simply bishop e7. So g5, bishop g3,
d6.
d6, I guess.
Yep. Yeah,
White
c3.
should
You want
probably play c3.
and bishop g4, let's say. Trying to stop d4. And maybe now king g7, yeah? The normal stuff.
Yeah, king g7. So the plan usually is not to go, yeah, because like h6, g5 seems to be very aggressive, but at least from the Italian, well, we know, right? So what they're trying to do is like move the king, move the knight, and very often just play f6.
Yeah, like that classical game. I forgot who's that.
The classical, what classical?
Yeah, when the bishop is, I think
Bishop
it was
arrested
Winter
the
Third.
bishop. Winter Capablanca.
Winter Capablanca.
Winter Capablanca, yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
Irene is talking about, yeah, like maybe this will be stupid moves. I just wanted to show, or maybe, you know what, like, yeah, white moves the queen and so something like that, pretend something like that happens, and this bishop on g3 is stuck here forever.
Until the end of the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, it simply cannot escape. Yeah, and then Kappa won like in a very, very long positional game. Yeah, so g5 is interesting, but also quite committal, right? d6, c3, I'm guessing we play. Bishop g4. Not sure. Is it knight d2? Is it h3 knight d2? Okay, let's go knight d2. King g7. White still has to try to organize d4 somehow.
Yes. Yeah, I think that is White's only try to get it out, because it is different to the main Italian, where actually it is very trendy these days for white players to play bishop g5, bishop h4, bishop g3, but with the idea of king h1 and then somehow get the bishop via f2. But it's going to be pretty hard in this position, I would say, for white to achieve that idea.
Yeah, like too many tricks.
Too many things to reshuffle, yeah?
Yeah. Is h4 ever a move?
I think it's knight h5.
Knight h5 here, right, and then it already becomes awkward. If I go bishop h2, you probably just take.
I think any moves work here.
Well, the difference compared to Italian, that sometimes bishop d5 would be very
Right.
annoying. Especially when you move the knight, sometimes bishop d5 is annoying, but how annoying it is, we don't know. Yeah, like white actually runs a risk of getting in real trouble by provoking all the advance on the king side.
Well, once again, I think it is now a crossroad. I think if we can translate it in an easier word, Koneru, if she is going to play a calm game, she's just going to go for bishop e7, right? But if she's
Yeah.
up for a fight, then we expect
Then
g5
g5
will come.
d6 is, yeah, g5 d6 is definitely more aggressive, but also kind of riskier.
Yep.
Bishop e7 might allow white kind of an early d4, like I don't know,
Or
knight
knight
d2,
c3.
c3, or maybe knight c3.
Knight c3 and then probably just a4 and put the knight, I mean takes on f6 and put the knight on d5.
Yeah, well, let's say if black goes d6, and then it's like a4,
b4 takes
b4,
f6.
takes on f6, knight d5, yeah.
Or in that position, I think you can also avoid of playing knight d5 immediately because the knight on c6 is hanging. Because you will not
take on f6,
yeah.
like go knight d5.
You will not lose in this tactic.
Knight
because
e5, bishop d5, yeah.
And if
bishop
bishop h4, you can
h4,
actually
bishop
take
c6.
the bishop first. I mean, either way is good.
Yeah, the question is like, do you want to take the bishop? Maybe you want to say that the bishop is silly and then just like take here, rook b8, and who knows, like go a5 or something.
Yeah, I think white is
Maybe knight
probably
takes
slightly
and-
better.
She does go bishop e7 though.
Oh, okay.
She does go bishop e7, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. One of the things to do could be to take on f6 immediately and say play bishop d5 or a4 b4 bishop d5 and kind of
Probably
annoy.
it's rook b8 now.
Rook b8, knight e7, knight
Yeah.
g6. Yeah.
Okay, so she goes for a calmer approach for this roll-up-s, and probably we'll have to check again what's happening between Assaubayeva versus Tsolakidou.
Yeah, so Tan Lagno we could check one more time, or Assaubayeva. Yeah, let's go Assaubayeva Tsolakidou to see. Yeah, they obviously slowed down a bit after knight g5, castle long c7, c6. White goes king b1. So that means cd5 white captures with the rook. Anything of this fashion, like a b5, try to open as many files as possible. Because
b5 could be... what do you think of c5? I mean, if b5.
b5, c5,
I don't know how good it is.
cd5,
And rook
and
takes.
just to take.
Yes.
Yeah, possible. Takes and then, like, say,
Yeah, you can
on-
take with that one.
take on c5 with the rook. Well, the trick is, I feel like if I'm getting like some open files in the center, I'm less scared about my king now. Like there's too many things happening, so maybe white
Yeah.
doesn't have enough time to concentrate against the black king. Because like one of the main worries here, as black I have, is that yeah, white's gonna bring the other rook to g1 and just checkmate me somehow. So that's why I want to like open more files and stuff. I feel like intuitively I believe in black's position. I think black is not worse, but it is of course very hard to play for both sides. It's full of tactics and you know very very sharp.
Okay.
Strategically and tactically, both.
So far they are kind of following, well, up to king b1.
There's still a game.
Up to king b1 here, there's a game between Devnani Kush versus Maxime Lagarde. Black played c takes d5.
Yeah, cd5, rook d5, I'm guessing.
Yes, and then the game went with queen e6. But if I'm going to check with my engine, what is the pass move here? b5 is one of them, cd5 as well. So both of those
Yes,
moves
b5 is possible.
yeah. b5 and actually rook f7. There's this move of rook f7.
Yeah, more of a kind of multi-purpose move. Well, sometimes you double on the c file, sometimes you just like move the rook away so knight g6 comes without a tempo. You've defended g7, so yeah, just a useful move. Yep.
Yeah, so Assaubayeva, yeah, still plays very confidently, and Tsolakidou, I think she's probably already on her own right now. Yeah, trying to solve this matter by herself.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing about knowing the opening. That yes, you're on your own, but she's on 1 hour 20, and it's less than 20 moves to the time control. So no danger of time pressure. Yeah, to remind our viewers that the time control that we have is 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then they have half an hour addition to their clock, with 30 seconds increment, of course, after each move played.
Right, and no draw offers before black's 40th move, unless there is repetition or perpetual checks. Okay, would you like to check some other games?
Yeah, the Tan with Lagno,
Let's do it.
the London.
Yes, the London.
The London. So after knight h5, Tan Zhongyi captured on c5.
So they go for this variation, yeah?
Knight takes, pawn takes, and Lagno went with a5. I'm not sure if I like a5. a5, a4, bishop g4, bishop b5, e6, knight b3.
Oh, this is not into the spirit of knight takes f4 and then sacrificing the pawn on c5, but I mean, it's totally playable, but now how do you get the pawn back?
It's a good question. I have a very strange move to suggest, to consider. Can I go queen f6? Which is like might lead to some really stupid positions. So I'm guessing I'm attacking f4, less so b2, but maybe I can even consider taking b2. And why I'm talking about like strange position, let's say white goes queen d4,
Bishop f3.
defending both, yeah, and then bishop f3. And let's say queen f6, gf6, gf3 and f5, and we have like a bunch of pawns on the f file. White is up a pawn, but he's got some, okay, f4 primarily is the weakness, and I don't think black is that scared to play this position.
No, but I think instead of the
nice.
queen goes to d4, what about the knight on b3? Goes
Knight
to d4.
b3 goes to d4. I was planning to take on f3 in this case. And once again, like it's a little bit awkward in the moment to recapture on f3, because if the knight takes, I can take any of the pawns, like bishop c5, queen f4, so no worries at all. Queen f3 drops the knight, so again g f3 has to be played, and I'm guessing rook
c8,
rook c8 or something. Once again, this is much scarier because the bishop's still on f8 and so on, but I'm threatening bishop c5. I'm threatening queen f4. Looks nice.
Yeah, looks nice for black, exactly. Okay, so queen f6 looks very tempting to play.
Yeah, well, the thing could be that what you do is you castle, and then if black was to take on f4, this is where you go queen d4. So you're unpinning the f3 knight with the tempo, and then this would be terrible, I'm guessing. Maybe it's not. Maybe there is king d7. I thought it would be terrible because there is no rook c8, knight a5 happening, right? But it could be that you have like king you know, king d7,
yeah.
or it could still be going on and on and on, because white has h3 followed by g4 followed by f4, you know, like threatening the bishop, c4 in some cases. I understand like white's play is not very healthy. It's like for a moment, for initiative, it's like it's not backed positionally very well, but if it works, it works.
But
I just realized there is a square on
e4. Yeah, but I think the idea on this position is if the queens are off of the board, then black should be fine. So probably after queen f6, what about h3, and I'm sacrificing the pawn on b2 back? If you want to take on f3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking this guy for sure.
Queen takes.
And yeah, and then I kind of have to take b2, right?
And then just castle.
Then castle. That's a big question, yeah, like how dangerous it is for black. Because if I'm, once again, if I'm in time to play bishop b7 castle, I'm probably fine, but there is a 5, could be a bit annoying. There is c4, in fact. I just realized that the knight's protected. So there's c4, and let's say castles
Takes.
C takes, E takes, rook b1. White might be winning a pawn.
Or you can actually take it now.
You can take it immediately as well. Yeah, you don't even need rook b1. Yeah, you can take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, not equal yet, I want to say.
Yeah, that's also the thing in London, right? I mean, you just want to keep more pieces on the board in order to give more attack to the black's king and using your advantage in development to do so.
Yeah, but okay. So if you're not happy with queen f6, what are we happy with? Because it's hard for me to think of other moves. Well, bishop e7 castle, obviously, but then it seems that we've lost the pawn.
Right. Yeah, because like what I said before, the setup that Kateryna is doing right now, it's not to the spirit of knight takes f4 variation, sacrificing the c5, because normally you would like to get the bishop on f8 on the other diagonal to get a compensation.
Yeah, I guess even here, like you could go g6, bishop g7.
So now I think black has to suffer with a pawn down the whole game and trying to use as, I don't know, is there any compensation even in this position?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because I'm not sure, like, how did you, okay, let's say bishop e7, white castles, black castles.
I think for that one, instead of castles, you can try to play h3 first, because maybe, I don't know, that you can actually do long castle.
So here perhaps we have to mention that, yes, going bishop h5 is not recommended, because then you have some problems here as well. Knight d5 or knight d4 could be even stronger, because you hit c6 and also you're threatening f5. Yeah.
Yep. So I think after h3,
After h3, almost
you have
forced
to
to take. Queen takes, and you mean after short castle you can? Yeah, you can.
You can even consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
long
and then
castle,
go for all the
f5
attack
here,
with the pawn
c4
storm.
here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Quite unpleasant.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just thinking like how to even gain the pawn back, because that pawn looks very well protected, and the outpost on b5, it's a very good outpost for the bishop.
Yeah, I have this feeling that the inclusion of a4, a5, and I understand where a5 comes from. You want to stop like
B4.
something like this, c3, b4 or a3, b4. But the inclusion of a4, a5 gives white access to this fantastic b5 outpost, as he mentioned. Yeah.
Could it be that Kateryna just mixed up her openings then? Yeah, probably she thought of this variation as something else. So she used this approach, which is, I think, again, not the variation that's supposed to be playing.
Yeah, well, the question remains like, what would you expect white to play instead? Like, white does all I'm saying, like, white plays the most natural moves in the position. Okay, you go a5, I go a4, right? Bishop g4, I see a square for my bishop, I go there. You attack my pawn, I defend my pawn. Knight b3. So white didn't do anything outstanding, and yet we think white's position is better. So yeah, it could be. Yeah, could you kind of quickly check maybe what's the opening is like? Is there a5 as the move?
I don't think
because
so.
Yeah, it seems like you're right with this theory. That she must have kind of commingled few lines in one.
Yeah, because I checked this line for both colors, and then I used to play bishop g5 myself after knight h5, but also, you know, this idea with g6 is pretty nice. You give up a pawn, and you have a compensation with your pair of bishops, this open diagonal for the bishop, and pretty much just play a game. And this approach is you know, it's contradicting to the other variations. So actually I can double check if any of the players, any of the games play that variation with a5, e6, because that looks a bit too slow when you're already sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah, and it's not only if there are games, but if it's a good move, because sometimes you can find, okay, there is like 20 games in a database, but all of them lost because a5 is a terrible move.
Okay, so
People do play a5.
people do play f5. Of course, g6 is the main line. The second move is queen a5 instead of. I think you just want to grab
Yeah,
the pawn
like
back.
queen a5, you win the pawn back.
But I think this is more like a like a blitz games perhaps, because well, during blitz you don't want to be losing some material early in the game. A5, there are games, but it's actually the least likely move. Although, having said that, a bunch of good players have played it.
Yeah, and okay, if you just follow along the lines, a5, a4,
A5, A4.
bishop g4.
There is no bishop g4. Again, the bishop on f8 belongs on the other diagonal, so g6 is the move here.
Okay, fair enough. Like include a5,
Include
a4,
F4,
and then go g6. Yeah, this I can
Nevertheless,
totally
g6
get
has to
behind
happen. Yes.
because eventually you'll play b6 and yeah, let's say white say plays c3 because he will have to at some point. Bishop b5 and we
Castles, yeah.
castle, and then I guess something like queen c7 attacking this, and after
G3.
g3 you can play b6.
Or in this position, maybe you have knight a7.
Yeah, you do have knight a7 as well. Yeah, knight a7, knight b3. It's a tricky position still. Like if you take, I'm not sure where it leads. Like you could try to take, but then a4 for now is not yet even attack the knight.
Next move though, there is bishop
yeah, you
h3.
could go
Or
bishop h3.
you can actually play bishop h3 first and then a4. So one of the pawns will fall. Yeah,
Well,
I mean.
then you should probably play bishop h3
yeah, that's what I
here.
meant.
Then you take.
And then take the bishop and then a4.
Then you go a4. But even then, right? It's like b6.
Yeah, e7 is something
Queen
that you have to think about
c6.
too.
So maybe this knight to d4.
So why don't you just play queen c8 then?
After
Instead of
b6,
b6, yeah.
Queen c8. Yeah, maybe.
Then grab the c5 pawn afterwards.
Knight here, queen here, rook a4. So 2 knights versus 2 bishops, but knights also have some like nice squares, I thought. Queen b6.
e7 falls. b2
Oh,
also
b2
falls.
falls. Yeah, that's
So,
exactly what I'm
yeah.
trying to understand. Like who takes more pawns?
I think black is doing better there because it's almost like also a matting net there. So, but okay, this is a complicated position. I mean,
b3.
a precise calculation is required.
Queen b5. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, so what we figured out that it had to be, yeah, look, g6 had to be played. So perhaps the whole idea was bishop g4 is not great.
Yeah.
At least we cannot make it work. Maybe Kateryna will.
Okay, queen c7 is on the board. So she just played queen c7, naturally attacking the f4 pawn, but also probably trying to overprotect the knight on c6. Alright, so g3 is a move, knight on knight bd4. No, maybe not. c5 falls.
H3 maybe?
h3, yes.
h3?
I like it.
Because if bishop f3, queen f3, then once again we are back to this like white's options of long castle, or maybe you don't need long, maybe you just go f5 castle short and so on. Yeah, so black somehow lags behind in development, and it's not easy to win back the pawn. Gets quite a problematic position straight from the start.
Very.
And Tan
yeah.
Zhongyi, yes, she plays h3 relatively quickly.
Yeah, she is. You know, she's just quite a fast player. Like we know that she treats all her moves very quickly, but sometimes it backfires because sometimes when it is complicated, she still plays very fast, and then she missed the critical moment or points of the game, and then she loses that one. But generally, she's very fast.
Yeah, so from what I understand, she's a good player overall, but also like in practical sense,
Yep.
it's very hard to play against her because like in a complex situations she will be playing faster. She says like adds extra layer of pressure, which is pressure on the clock. Yeah, h3, and again, like we were exchanging on f3, I'm thinking moving the bishop is just way too dangerous because you've already delayed the development of this guy, yeah, and
Yeah,
then something
just
like
G4.
g4 and I don't know where to start. Is it 95? Is it, yeah, I guess so, or
95 looks really
95,
nice.
yeah.
I think you can also think about knight d4 in the next move.
This knight to d4,
Yes.
yeah, maybe. Well, depends on. Okay, maybe you want to play
Also
h4,
h4, h5. Yeah, this is too good for white. So I think you're almost forced to take the knight on f3.
Yeah.
But that position, I just run a quick analysis there. It's already +1 for white.
Yeah, I'm thinking perhaps, even though it's far less impressive, but maybe you still have to go g6, bishop g7, so at least like this bishop will be.
So can I play? Hang on. I was thinking of playing c4, dc4, knight d4. I don't know whether I should really force the matter because anyway, white is a pawn up. I can always just castle anyway, but if I want to be a little too aggressive, maybe I shouldn't, yeah? I just castle.
No, I don't think c4. Or
Yeah,
anything.
just castle, put the rooks in the center, and then enjoy the
Bishop b2,
extra pawn.
I guess
c3,
c3, castles.
rook e1, rook d1.
Yeah, so what I was hoping to do with black is just to go b6, to accept I'm a pawn down, but to say, you know, well, like we either have opposite colored bishops, and I'm having some compensation because, like, yeah, the bishop is not really pressing these pawns, but also it's hard for white to try to start moving. Yeah, so the moment you start moving, the bishop will be targeting one of the pawns. And if you decide to take on c6, not to have, well, now you can't even do this because, yeah, like black's gonna win back. But yeah, let's pretend even something like this happened. Let's somehow this materialized and white solidified everything. Still, yeah, white is better, no questions asked. But like the winning plan, it's not that easy to come up with. You move the b pawn, the c3 is weakness. You move the c pawn, the b2 is target. It's here, yeah, black lacks his active continuation, so pretty much limited to sit and wait strategy, like put the rook on c8 and just hover around. But even then, it's not easy to convert. So white definitely better, but black is not out of. Yeah, black still in the game.
Yeah.
Of course.
So you found just the exit strategy for Kateryna here to escape from kind of like the worst position right now, straight out of the opening. Let's take a look at other games, perhaps. I would like to check on
Salimova Paehtz, maybe?
It's not really moving a lot there.
It didn't change much, right?
Yeah,
Well,
probably
it actually did. Because they've changed the structure once again. Paehtz went bishop d5 immediately.
Yeah, to force the trade, yeah?
Yeah, white captures, goes queen b3, knight b6, knight f3, e6, a4, and queen c8. And again, it's a very, very strange, very strange Carlsbad, or rather reverse Carlsbad, because the bishop normally would be here and the pawn would be on g7, right? Because I do see like the squares for all the white pieces. White wants to go bishop f4, I'm guessing, maybe rook e2 to have the b2 pawn guarded when the knight's going to be on c4. And white can start, you know, marching with the h-pawn. So that's one thing to consider. For black, it's much harder to come up with the plan. So usually, what are the plans in the Carlsbad?
Usually without this g6,
yeah. It's either f6, e5, or...
I mean, usually also in the Carlsbad, the pawn is on
or
c6.
this one, right? Or no, I mean, I'm talking reverse Carlsbad.
Okay.
So this is pretend that this is so yeah, reverse Carlsbad. So it would be like minority attack to get the pawn to b4 and yeah, like some pressure here, or f6, e5, break in ascent. Maybe the third one would be get the knight on e4, the Pillsbury knight. The Pillsbury knight's on e5 for white, and that would be. But all of that. In all of these plans, the bishop belongs here, not on g7. And I'm not saying that white is immediately better because of that. It's just that it's very original, and one has to look for, perhaps for different plans, not as in your standard Carlsbad variation. I like white's position, honestly. it's not much, but at least like I understand what white wants for next few moves. For black, each move you kind of have to produce something, you have to invent, because like you can just.
I think it's easy to play as white, I would say, because you have a little bit of space advantage.
Yeah, some space advantage as well. Yeah, it's hard to tell where it comes from, right? I mean, if you just compare the numbers, white has the pawn on d4, black has the pawn on d5, like everything is better, but we do get this feeling that white has a space advantage. All right, and they've started spending time, so that means they are out of theory.
Yes, and I don't really see much of an update in the game between Munguntuul versus Koneru. Bishop
Nothing.
e7 still
Bishop
stands.
e7, Munguntuul is thinking. Here, Assaubayeva, Tsolakidou, no moves after rook f7.
Yeah.
So,
she found it then. Rook f7 was the best move. Yeah.
That was the best move.
That was the best move, right? Yeah. We talk about it.
And then one last game we will check before going for a break. It's this one, Divya against Goryachkina.
So eventually the bishop goes to d6, yeah?
Knight e2, bishop d6, rook f e1, and queen to b8.
I see, forcing this trade, yeah.
b3, bishop d7. So now black threat is, let's say we go rook d1, black's threat is to take on e2, eliminating the defender, and if white tries to play this one intermediate, then black has intermediate move of his own. So rook e2, bishop f4, black wins some material. So I'm wondering if after bishop d7, white has to exchange on d6, or alternatively could consider doing this.
I think knight h5 takes... There's knight e2 check.
There is knight h5.
Or maybe in that position, instead of queen g3, there's bishop g5 as well. But maybe after bishop g5...
let's just show this one. So knight h5, bishop d6, knight g3, bishop b8. Yeah, and thanks to knight e2, the position is still
very
roughly equal. Yeah. So there is this. There is... I'm guessing that there should be other... There should be other options. You said...
instead of queen g3...
Bishop g5, bishop g5 of course is there as well, but then...
knight e4 maybe. Also bishop e5.
Possible knight e4 is not bad, yeah. Perhaps have to mention that sometimes they do this, like give a check and then go bishop e5, depending on where you want white's king to be. Anyway, so despite drawish opening,
there's some tricks still,
there's a lot,
that they can
there's
pull
a lot of fight left in this position, because like when you see this 4 knight scotch, you think maybe they'll just like exchange everything, make a quick draw. No, sometimes
not. Sometimes they just keep fighting till the end. It's gonna be quite a long end game, and we've seen this in so many games too. All right, and I think most of the games, I think all of the games, they just finish in their opening stage, and they are thinking and pausing for quite some time on how to enter the middle game. So I think it is a perfect time for us to take our first break. Don't go anywhere, because the games are entering the exciting middle game. So stay tuned. See you in a few minutes.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋和下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能 就没有办法能相当的加载。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third round of the FIDE Women Grand Prix. I'm still joined by Miro, and we had quite a talk during the break of how well prepared all the ladies are in this round, and especially the game between Assaubayeva versus Tsolakidou. This is the game of the leaders, right, Miro?
Yeah, might as well qualify to be a game of the day. Well, depending,
Possibly.
of course, on how it finishes. Well, it's a very, very intense, sharp opening line. And up to this point, move 22, it seemed that both knew what they were doing. Then Assaubayeva spent around 20 minutes
More
here,
than 20
maybe
minutes,
more than
yeah.
20 minutes, and ended up playing f2, f4.
Which is very energetic. And then if we just take a look after e takes f4, there might be a move like bishop d4,
Yeah,
because
bishop d4 is definitely the idea, right? It's not for nothing you sacrifice the pawn. And I'm yet to understand how black is supposed to play, because the natural queen d8, bishop g7, rook g7, knight f5 looks terribly dangerous for black. It could be playable, but you know, I'm not even sure where the rook's going. Rook g6 loses to knight e7, so that means it has to be a different square, maybe rook h7.
even knight h6 is
Knight
there.
h6, and you know, you have to go king f8 or king h8. It all seems very
All
scary.
looks very
all
bad,
seems
yes.
very, very scary. By the way, after king h8, I don't know if it's the best, but I don't know, knight f7 just wins. Sorry, king h8, knight f7, game over.
Yep.
All right, so
Exactly.
there is that. Alternatively, can you do this? Bishop takes. No, again, knight f5 is
Knight
coming.
f5 is always there, yeah, to
Knight
jump
f5
and then
is coming.
yeah, it's
No, I was
such a
thinking
nice.
somehow like to maybe sacrifice an exchange and trade the queens, but this is this is bad. This is bad. You just take.
Takes the queen first, maybe.
Yeah, maybe like queen takes, king g7. Okay, maybe this one's not so bad. Like if I keep both pawns, like this, maybe that's the line then. Takes, knight f5, queen e4. But now I realize you do not have to go knight f5. Maybe you have rook e1. Maybe you have rook e1 one move earlier. Kind of playing this little intermezzo. Then queen d7 is a possibility to guard f5.
And queen g6 maybe now.
Yeah, you can go queen g6. Oh, you could go queen g6 as well and move earlier, but then queen e4.
Queen
yeah,
e4, yeah. Sorry, rook e1, queen g6.
Looks terribly scary for
Yep.
black. However, I have to say that after f4, the evaluation bar backed by Stockfish says it's an equal position. Or
Equal, yeah.
balanced position, 0, 0, 0 is the evaluation. So that means there is a way for black out of this trouble. It's just that we do not see it yet.
Yeah, that's a curious case actually. Could it be that you're just sacrificing your knight and probably now take d5? Like c takes d5.
That's a good guess. Yes, it takes d5, and let's pretend the white doesn't care and just take on g5.
Then take g5.
H takes g5. Now the knight is hanging, and going knight g2 feels like black's gonna have tremendous compensation.
Rook takes
right?
c4.
You can take c4. You can consider going d4 maybe, and then like if the bishop moves, just like go queen f5. So like the knight is completely out of the game,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But rook c4 might have been even better. Like rook c4 with the
And
tempo. I have
There's
queen
a check
h7.
though, but it's nothing.
King
King
goes.
f8.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And then queen f5 is coming.
Queen f5 is a threat, so maybe queen h5 then, keeping the
Queen
queens and also
f3.
attacking this guy. Queen
Or-
f3 I'll take on g5. Yeah.
Or maybe just queen f5 still, a check
There's,
anyway.
you know, like black has some
Ah,
threats of his
e4.
own, yeah, so there is still this battery.
Yes, that's a deadly
e4,
battery.
rook d2, f4, d4, yeah, that's such a mess. Bishop g5, queen f3 or something, queen f1, queen f1, rook b1. Crazy complex. Yeah, crazy complex. But I like your idea of sacrificing the knights. It takes here, takes here, takes here. And no, wait a second. There's one more check, right?
Oh.
No. Queen h7. King,
No,
take,
just
king takes
takes.
h7. It's still possible. Yeah, remember I was playing queen h7, so I thought,
Yeah.
let's just switch the moves over. Yeah, there's a little problem with my line. King takes h7.
Unfortunately, the knight blocks the control of
and
the
going
queen.
with the knight on g6, it's kind of looks dangerous, but it's not. Right, it actually blocks my queen's diagonal, right?
But what happened after e4 here? Yeah?
Or even e4. Yeah, I was thinking rook c4 is good
Rook
enough.
c4 is
but
good enough, yeah.
Yeah, but
I agree.
e4 could be
Just
even
trap
stronger,
the
just
knight.
trapping the knight immediately. Yep.
Yeah, maybe black has to do
Can
something
I
like
can
that.
I take on d5
Yes.
then? Maybe I'm changing my mind and I'm not even going for this. But then you're getting a new square for the knight, possibly. Your knight e6. Because capturing still looks dangerous the same way it looked on a previous move, right? That's
Yeah.
like everything is joining the attack.
Although there's one thing though,
Queen
like
D-
queen
queen
e6 and
D5,
takes
you mean?
d5, yeah.
Bishop
Like
f6,
queen takes first.
d5, cd5, rook
Takes
d2,
c2.
rook c2. Yeah, and I don't have bishop. I might have bishop h6, by the way. Attacking the horsey. Rook moves, bishop g5, rook d5. Black should be fine though. Black should be fine with 2 pawns and the rook.
Maybe instead of rook d2, maybe rook h7. I think there might be a better move.
But rook on c2 is
No.
hanging.
Yeah, rook h7. And then after bishop takes, it's rook g2. And then you just push the f3 pawn. If you take, then rook g4.
Yeah, also works, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's complicated. Lots of calculation in this position, but yeah, I think this is the move that black has to play, and in order not to have too
CD5,
many
yeah.
pawns, yeah, you have to take it with the rook.
cd5, rook d5, yeah. Very, very tricky indeed. Okay, so there is this game. Then, some developments in another game of the leaders, Tan Zhongyi against Lagno. We've seen Tan Zhongyi getting an early advantage, well, we thought. Yeah, after f3, bishop takes, queen takes. Lagno indeed plays g7, g6, planning for bishop g7 and castles.
And Tan Zhongyi
Queen
played a
c3.
tricky move, queen c3.
That's quite ambitious.
Yeah, not allowing black to castle on the short side.
Yeah,
because-
you're not. You're kind of stopping the castle, but also you're spending 2 tempi with the queen, right? So bishop g7, queen back to f3. Because I'm not that scared, to be honest. With opposite-colored bishops, at the very least, I can do like, artificial castle. So what I'm considering, can black actually take? I know it will be,
risky.
risky, but yeah, can I take?
Probably now white has to do, rook e1 maybe? With the idea of queen d5. There's a
King
direct attack there.
f8.
Oh, you
Well-
don't want to go long castle?
Maybe long castle as well. Yeah, long castle is an option.
And c3, yeah?
Long castle, c3, d4, right? Because I kind of have to do
But
something
bishop
about my
takes-
bishop getting trapped.
Bishop takes
Bishop takes c6,
c3.
queen takes c6 was the plan.
takes on c6.
Queen takes, pawn takes, and
Nothing, yeah? Takes on d4, takes
I
on
was
f5.
I was hoping to equalize somehow. I'm not sure if I do. Knight d4, I guess, right?
Bishop
Or
c3. It's a fork.
knight c6.
Takes e1, takes d8,
Yeah.
rook takes d8.
Okay,
yeah.
I mean you can do this, right? Bishop d4.
And takes a5. But it shouldn't be much better for. Or maybe actually, if you
King
take
c7.
c5, then rook c1. Okay, so now maybe rook
C7.
b1.
b1, rook b8.
Yeah.
Not a8, but b8. Rook b8. Now here I feel like potentially white can even get into a bit of a trouble, because again we are like, you know, something starts happening and black has an extra piece in it, namely the king.
But now, what if I play knight b3?
There is this, there is this. I'm not scared with black, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be fine, yeah?
It feels like, yeah, feels like should be fine. Yeah, like probably white's not risking anything, but also I don't think white's better. King f8. Lagno decided not to take. She went king f8, but then we are back to pretty much the same thing. So c3, she's gonna play bishop f6, king g7. White will build up the position in the center. So this will be perhaps quite a long game. So white is pawn up. White probably has some advantage, but the game still goes on, of course. It's funny, I have a game list, and in 3 of the games, last move was c3. Tan Zhongyi played c3. Then Divya against Goryachkina.
And Munguntuul.
The move was c3, and then in Munguntuul games the move was c3. So I'm switching to Divya with Goryachkina.
Okay.
After bishop d7, queen g3 indeed was played. Bishop f4, knight f4, queen b4, c3, a cheapo, queen c3, bishop h7. Yep, and queen a3. Okay, the queen on e3, like it's stuck. It's a little bit far from the king side, but it's also very annoying because
Yes.
a 2-pawn, you know, a 2-pawn hanging. It's actually tricky.
Yeah, that's a very tricky idea, because now if it is black to move, black would just like to take on the rook and then take on the pawn on a2.
Yep.
How to defend it then? Or is there any way to make a counterattack?
Yeah, my feeling is like you're not defending, but instead you're trying to create some threats against the king if it's possible. I don't know, like queen h4, g4, g5 maybe, but it's still a long way to go. Because how do you? Well, one way to defend would be to go rook b1, but
Or
do
just
we
rook
want to?
d1.
Rook d1.
Just stepping away from
but
the
again,
e-file.
it's like it's going away from the e-file. Maybe it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, maybe rook d1, interestingly. Yeah, could be.
And then you try to push c4 perhaps after this.
In some, in some
Yeah.
cases you go c4, or again, for me it's very hard to understand what's that. That one's bad, right? Bishop takes, rook takes, and then knight
Knight
h5
h5.
wins.
Yes. Queen f8, knight f6.
And knight
yeah.
f6,
G6 also knight f6. She did it. Rook e
Rook
d1.
d1, yeah. Rook e to d1 is on the board. Now black has to... Yeah, I'm thinking, could it be that you're trying to double on the e-file with black? Or alternatively, you could think of bringing the queen back, I guess.
In that position after queen d6 and knight h5, and then
Wait, do you have this stupid move?
that's possible.
No, probably not. Yeah, it's queen d5, bishop h7.
Too many.
Something on
too many
h7,
pieces,
rook
yeah.
d5, pawn d5. Yeah, it's bishop knight rook against queen and 2 pawns. But yeah, like there are no passed pawns for white, and so it's not enough. So knight d5 doesn't work. Maybe this is the best white has, but I was hoping that this is not much. So queen g3, knight f6, gf6. I know these are like doubled pawns, but maybe it's sort of solid enough. Tricky, however, because like if I go rook e3 and rook e8, eventually there is a feeling like all the rooks are coming off the board.
Yeah, just rook d2 maybe, or c4 immediately.
Yeah, I was thinking you could do rook c1, bishop f1, rook e1, and
Yeah.
exchange it this way. Maybe c4 at once. Still,
So
white
many
is
ways,
white is white's position is more pleasant because like black has too many pawn islands this way.
Okay.
Rook e d1, so
Rook
queen
e d1 is
d6
on the
is
board.
also like not entirely Not entirely sure if it works. I mean, you could do something like h6, I guess. And yeah, so still quite a complex position, and it's indicated by the amount of time play is consuming, because somewhere here they still had, like, they were pretty much on initial times, 1 hour 15, and then yeah, now both below 1 hour, 55 minutes to be exact, and still no clarification, right? It's a very tense position. Each move takes a lot of calculation.
Yep. So I would like to get back to, I think, Munguntuul versus Koneru, and
Where
just
also
to see what
there
happened.
is the
There's a
C2,
C3 move.
C3.
Yes. So we saw it up to
After bishop e7,
e7.
a3 was played, d6, bishop takes, knight c3, g6, knight d5, bishop g7, and c3. Well, the knight on d5 is nice and all, but black can go king h7 and prepare for f5. That's one thing. Also, you can do the Breya variation thing. Go knight b8, d7, you know, c6, and so on. Well, an immediate knight b8, I guess a4 is unpleasant.
Probably has to play bishop b7 now, yeah?
Yeah, but then it kind of, yeah, it's possible, but then it kind of neglects the whole idea, because I wanted to go c6 and keep the bishop on this diagonal, right? But somehow, I feel like black should not be exchanging these knights. Maybe it's still fine though, like just go knight e7 if white takes himself. Okay, queen e7. I don't see why black would have any problem here. King h7 and f5. And maybe you don't do any of that and you just go king h7 immediately. Preparing for... It's not that you're planning to play f5 next move, but just in case. Yeah, there is some pressure on this diagonal. So we just go king h7. a4 in this case we answer with rook b8. And it's yet kind of to be seen what is white's plan in this position, because the usual real opposite d4 is very strange, because like your opponent has pair of bishops, you do not want to be opening the center.
Yeah, exactly at this moment actually, if d4 happens, then there's bishop g4 right away. And in this type of structure, usually you also don't want to play h3, because sometimes it's just an invitation to play f5, f4, g5, g4, you know, the King's
like
Indian attack sort of thing.
As well.
So what just happened is king h8 instead of king h7.
King h8 is another version of the same. Yeah, maybe in some cases there won't be any tactics related to knight g5 check. I have no idea.
Also, just out of principle, right? White only has a light square bishop. You put the king to a square where it cannot be checked.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like, it's not that this diagonal is likely to be open anytime soon, and I was thinking to have a king on h7 in order to have g6 protected, so that when you go f5, you know, and imagine at some point knight goes to h4, I thought it's safer to have the king on h7. But anyway, the general idea is the same. Move the king out of the pin line and prepare for f7, f5.
Right. Okay, so still quite a positional battle here between Munguntuul and Koneru. And there is still no move yet after f4 in the game between Bibisara versus Stavroula. What do you think if we switch to the game between Salimova versus Paehtz?
Yeah, move 22 already. So Salimova at some point started to play relatively fast. Bishop f4, knight c4, queen to c2, h4, h5, rook e2, a5, b6, a6. It's an interesting reaction to a5. Because I would think... well, the knight is in trouble, I just realized. Because I thought, yeah, you stop it rather.
But b3 is trapping the knight.
Queen f6, I don't like queen f6, I don't know. Like, what does it do?
Queen f6, yeah, I'm also wondering, what does it do there?
a5, 6. maybe she's playing queen f5 in some cases.
Possibly.
There's still like b3. Well, not really a threat now because knight's gonna go to a5.
Interesting, actually.
Yeah. So I'm guessing white will play some
King
king
G2, yes. I think
and
I...
then try to put something on e5. This pawn is an asset now, you know, like some, you know, some endgames could be that we are reaching the a7 pawn. On the other hand, if black starts b5 and gets the rook on c6, maybe a6 will be a liability as well.
Yeah.
That's again too confusing for my little brain. This one.
So probably after b6 instead of a6, you could have just taken the pawn and play this position, maybe, because the pawn on b6, yeah, probably play b3, knight a5, and double up the rook on the a file.
But yeah, but for now, that's like the rook
Oh, sorry, the rook is
hanging.
hanging. Yeah.
So
The rook is on.
that's
The other rook is on e2. I just realized.
the little problem here is the rook is hanging, so it's like, what do we do? Rook e1 or? No, I actually kind of like a6. The thing is, why I'm pausing, I'm trying to think of what's possible plan for white, because the straightforward thing would be like to go knight e5. Yeah, I don't know, king g2 and knight e5. What if black starts trading? Knight takes and so on. It's not clear how exactly.
Queen
are we
f5, by
getting
the way,
to
just
king.
happened.
Queen f5. Are we happy with queen f5?
Not too sure. Like if queen takes, g takes.
G takes, right?
But what is in the long term the h5 pawn might fall, but that's
I
really
guess you go here.
far away from now. Knight e1, knight d3 looks very typical.
Knight e1. And for black, it's strange because it looks like you have a very nice, you know, like mass of pawns in the center, but they lack flexibility. The f6, e5 would be nice to have, but it's not easy to organize. Like say rook e8, knight d3, f6. Oh, maybe you can do it. f6, you intending to go here, and if rook e1, you're just in time with king f7. And somehow white's like, I would like to go knight f4, but for this, what do I do? Go bishop c1? This is a bit sad, right? Maybe that's fine. On the other hand, it's quite probable, it's quite likely to happen, because after queen f5, let's pretend we do not want to trade. Where do we go? Like queen d1?
Queen c1.
Queen c1.
But there's
there's
queen d3.
I was not sure. Yeah, like queen d3 actually wins material. Yes, it's very annoying. So I guess you trade as well. Well, you might say, I don't want to take so that you don't have gf5, and let's say go like knight e1 in order to play knight d3, but again, how likely are we to have an advantage with white here?
And Salimova took the queen.
She did, yeah. Queen takes f5.
And gf5, of course.
gf5, yeah. One other thing after gf5, like maybe b3, c4, and so on, would be not so bad. But how do you achieve this? Like the moment you start moving the pawns, all of them start to be hanging. Yeah, I actually think black's perfectly fine.
Yeah, looks quite equalish there. And I was just trying to scan through other games. We can come back to the game between Tan Zhongyi perhaps versus Lagno, because Lagno has successfully made an artificial castle.
Accomplished the artificial castles. Bishop f6, rook e1, king g7, rook d1, rook d8. So let's think of it. So white went queen c3 and queen f3. Spent 2 tempi. Black spent 1, 2, 3, 4, and bishop f6, right? And instead, black could castle, will be one move, bishop f6 2 moves, king g7 3, rook d8 4, and white would not. I'm trying to figure out who won or lost tempi on this queen c3, rook g8 compared to normal castle.
I think
and
it's
I
the
failed.
same, yeah?
It's
Because there's queen f3, rook d1, rook d1, c3, also 4.
yeah, probably the same thing. Anyway, now it's time for white to come up with an actual plan. c4 is no longer that scary for black. Black is perfectly ready for c4. White's plan, I'm not sure what it is. Black's plan, I'm not sure what it is
I think
either.
for black, it is just wait. Just
Yeah,
wait.
but how
which
do
one.
you play like b6
No,
or
just
something?
probably like rook d7,
just
you know.
like hover around
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
there.
So it depends on whether white wants to force matters in the king side by pushing all these pawns.
I'm thinking one thing I can do is go g3. Let's say if we wait, h4, and usually you want to kind of stop h5, right? So here white doesn't have the dark square bishop, so maybe h5 is not that dangerous, but still it will be annoying if white gets the pawn on h5. And if black plays h5 himself, there is this f5 trick.
Or maybe it is also a good time for the knight to go to e7, yeah? Instead
Yeah,
of doing all those moves. Put
So
the knight on e7.
you mean after g3,
Yeah,
go
let's
knight
knight
e7?
e7.
Yeah. But still, like here, and then you go h5.
h5.
Yeah. Knight d4.
Yeah.
Stuff starts hanging.
Hang on, if I take
Queen c5, I was
rook
hoping to take on e6. The trick is, of course, the double attack. And if bishop d4, white has recapture with the pawn. And it is, well, it's still up a pawn, right? The queen is hanging.
queen b4.
Oh, queen b4. Yeah.
I think this has to be concretely calculated because it looks like maybe black is fine. Rook has to go, knight f5 is coming, b2 might be falling. Okay, rook e2 maybe, yeah?
But knight is hanging for now, you can't really take b2.
Okay,
just
maybe
yet.
now knight c6 to force this.
Knight c6, rook d5.
Oh, d5 is hanging.
It's still like tricky. I mean, you can take, go rook d8 and take on d4, and it's probably fine, yeah? Queen c4, and let's say... Oh wait.
Takes on
still,
c4.
Still tricky.
Can take on
I mean, it's
with the knight
it's a
even.
pawn, right? It's a pawn for white. Black might be holding, but it's not like... Still not great.
But this might be a better version than the original position?
Yeah, maybe, but it's also far away from the original position. It's like, yeah, but I would agree that, yeah, perhaps knight e7. Well, actually, if knight f5 is such a powerful resource, maybe I should not be playing g3, h4. Maybe I should be playing g4. If not immediately, then after some time. Well, Tan Zhongyi, by the way,
Just
did
play
play a
knight d4.
move, knight d4, which I thought was possible, but also I was not afraid of it.
How to win
much.
that one? For example, if I just, let's say, bishop takes d4, c, d4, knight b4, even though it's a pawn down, but how do you try to enter? Attack, yeah. Just like that, yeah?
Yeah. No, this one is quite passive for black. Like, this one I think is bad. I don't know. Like some... Maybe even like g4 immediately, then double on the e-file.
Okay.
Something will happen. It's not like this bishop is like totally useless. It covers e8, you know, and maybe like after f5 the rooks will enter on the e-file. You could do maybe knight e7, or it's... Wait a second. Maybe I'm trying to scare you off the good idea, because b6 is something you want to do as well. Maybe that's, let's say, some stuff like that.
c6.
Yeah. b6, c6.
But does it fall?
And this is a terrible, terrible pin, right?
Yeah. And maybe now you can play f5, I guess, or just keep pinning everything. takes and then queen
No,
g3.
this is dangerous. This is dangerous for sure. And yeah, and again, probably have to mention that. Oh, wait a second. Can knight e7 be played, by the way? I understand this is very scary, but for now there is bishop d4. For now there is bishop d4. So knight e7, I pretend that I'm attacking this. In reality, I probably want to play knight f5 or something. Maybe
Yeah, that's
just
possible.
move the king away and then take on c5, like just go away from this idea. Yeah, I actually kind of like knight e7. If it doesn't fail tactically, which I'm not sure, but also I don't see how.
There's one thing though that might be the move is g4.
Yeah.
Queen takes c5. Oh, you
No,
want to
queen
play?
takes c5, we fall for the same trick, like rook takes, bishop
Yes,
takes,
yes.
pawn takes. No, I thought queen c5, instead of queen c5, you, or rather black has to go here, so no more tricks like that.
So here, okay, there's g5, but also what I want to do is f5. Can we do that? If you take on d4, then I'll take on e6 maybe now. Yeah, just take it like this. And now
Bishop
maybe takes
d4
on
you have
g6 first.
intermediate
Yeah.
on g6.
Though you can have bishop f2, queen f2, but that looks quite dangerous. Maybe it's fine, but queen f6 is... Nah, hang on, there's queen g3.
It's a check.
I mean, after takes and then takes g6, if I want to do queen f6, there's queen g3.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a strange line.
Yeah, I think 97 should be the move.
Okay, I mean, you can go b4 and just defend the pawn. I just realized. Maybe you don't need g4 for this. Maybe just go b4. And you say, you know what, I'm a pawn up after all.
Yeah, that could be it too. And there's always c6 after b6 too. In that position.
From the looks of it, Lagno is not very comfortable. She's down on the clock. Like
She's down a pawn.
20 minutes almost. Down a pawn. And last few moves, she spent kind of arranging the king's position, connecting the rooks and so on. So now it's time to kind of come up with a plan. And if there is no plan, then that means sad news.
What about we switch to Assaubayeva because they played
something's happening.
They played a variation that we analyzed.
Stavroula did sacrifice a piece. After f4, c takes d5 was played, f takes, h takes. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. And then, okay, knight g2 would be... It is a move, but
I have a question. How bad is bishop g5?
queen has to take, yeah?
Yeah, and this... Okay, at least it was the plan. I'm not sure if I'm attacking something, but... Queen...
Okay, let's say queen e3, f4.
But do you allow knight f5? Because I thought if anything is dangerous in this position, it could be this, like allowing knight f5. This is...
But I can
this is
just
scary.
take. Rook takes f5, queen e4.
Is it that clear? I would be scared, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean it is scary, but I think you have to go b3, yeah? If that one,
Okay,
I can just
go
rook c4. You have
b3
to go.
or...
No, if that one rook takes c4 and then rook c7.
Yeah.
And I think it's fine now with the two pawns in the center.
Oh yeah, king f7
Yeah.
and you get here.
So I think you have to go b3 then.
Right, so after this exchange, b3... Still, like the king is not perfectly safe, and if I win the e4 pawn, it's two results game for sure, right? I mean, I'm not claiming like I'm winning or
Yeah.
something, but it's only white who's...
Could it be rook f8 here?
f8. Same thing, I guess. Go here.
And then rook f4. Or probably that's not.
Wait a second. Rook f4 it was the one that I was hoping for, because then I trade go rook g4. And
I thought I would
think
have
that-
like the 3 pass pawns, but it's only 2.
Yeah, no. But rook h4, I think it's nonsense, because you just go here,
Right.
and if I go here, you go here, right?
But then you
maybe the
you play
king.
rook g4
Rook
first.
g4, you go back. I cannot like attack at the same time the e pawn and the bishop. And maybe I come with the king. Still, I'm not very happy with this for black. I'm saying maybe queen f6 is a better move, because now there is no queen f5. At least I hope. Oh, knight f5. But maybe there is like knight g6 and some. I'm not sure what the threat is, but there must be some threat.
Maybe rook h8, bishop takes, knight e7, something like that.
But it's like just for giving pieces for free now. Okay, this is a threat now. It's a threat of checkmate in 1. Which is naive threat, but also not easy to stop. Ooh. Why I want to take on g5? It's not like I hate my pieces. It's just like if you go knight g2, the knight is like we are losing the initiative, it seems, right? And it's black then takes c4 and does this and that, and white pretty much switches to the defense. So I was hoping if this is enough initiative, then maybe there's the line to go, so that white keeps attacking.
Yeah, this
She
might
takes
happen.
on g5.
Yeah, it's definitely going to happen. Queen g5, rook g1, I think it's gonna be automatic. So I think after queen f6, could I play rook g6 then?
Yeah, rook g6, queen f1.
That's
queen
trick.
f1 simplification, and it's not only simplification, it's just like wins,
Yeah.
right? Check, because after queen c1, black captures, takes this guy,
Right.
takes this guy in the end. Wow. But this is like, real chess. Both very well prepared. Both fighting for initiative, right? So black says, you know what, I'm in danger, so when you attack my knight, I will sacrifice a piece. Now, white decides, you know what, I do not want to defend with an extra piece, I will sacrifice the piece back, so I will be the one attacking. This is the type of chess we like.
Yeah. I still like to see the move after queen f6 there. Like rook g1 here, queen f6. What could be the follow-up after this, yeah?
Maybe let's act clever. Let's do... I don't know how clever it is after specifically, like I'm announcing I will act clever, and maybe I do something really stupid. I thought kind of queen g2, for instance, and then I presume that rook c4. No, that was stupid. Yeah, I was thinking queen d5 works for whatever reason. Now I look at it, and no, it doesn't. Black will just like take h4. Because if pawn takes, I was kind of hopeful. Like it's a little bit tricky, but like queen h3s or even. Yeah, you're right. It's not clear what the move is after. Wait a second. White plays absolutely different move, which is rook takes d5.
What?
So she just gave the bishop on g5 to recapture on d5 with the rook. Which would be a great positional idea if this knight was on e4. And then you say, okay, it's a blockade, the bishop is passive and everything. Here I feel like white somewhat loses, stability. Like the rook's on d5. This one's hanging in some cases, right? c4 is not safe. So rook f4 I'm looking at. Queen g4 maybe to hit this pawn. Rook f4 actually attacks two guys, right?
It is, yeah.
Like what's the move after rook f4?
Or probably now, what, queen h2? I don't know. There's nothing.
Yeah,
c4 is hanging
it's
anyway.
hard to
Yeah, what about after rook f4?
So one thing. After knight g6, rook takes. It's not only the queen is hanging, but queen has to guard the knight and at the same time guard the c1 square, because otherwise it will be... So this looks lost for white. I don't know, knight e7, queen e7, queen
check,
h7.
rook f1.
Yeah, okay, we can show this one. Check.
But there's always rook f4.
Here, rook f1. Well, rook f4, I trade rook f5. Or even
Takes,
like queen
takes
f5.
rook f5.
No, rook f4 takes queen f5. And it collects the rook with the check. So rook f4 is not an option, but maybe king e8 is an option. Because originally, I think we would claim we were winning the queen, but rook c1 is a check.
Yes.
No, it's so complicated. It's so complicated.
Yeah, rook f4. That looks like a natural move to make. I mean, it's attacking. And if there is no straightforward attack to the black's king, that might be just a good move then, rook f4.
Yeah, but that's the thing, because white kind of loses harmony, but just for a little bit. Like if you let white play back rook d1, rook g1, he'll be probably winning here. So black really has to use the momentum. I'm not saying rook f4 is the greatest move ever. In fact, I don't understand what's happening after rook f4. But yeah, like the feeling is black has to once again switch to be super active.
Can you put it on the board, rook f4?
Yep.
So I can start thinking what to do now. That is... Yeah, this is amazing.
The big problem
here.
is that the knight is hanging for real, right? It is like rook h4 is an actual threat.
And there's no... Yeah, I was thinking queen h2, but you can just take on c4. Rook c1 is coming with a matting idea. Not sure. Knight g2, take on c4, queen h7 maybe.
Yeah.
And then a check here.
Yeah, it's quite a few checks in a row, but like when these checks, when you run out of checks and you look at your pieces, like the knight on g2 does absolutely nothing. Maybe you go knight e3. Okay, maybe this is the way to play, because otherwise, too many things hanging. Knight's hanging, and it's going to f5. This is where I guess black goes rook c1, takes e3,
and probably rook d2.
and tries to come up with some sort of a perpetual, maybe, if there is a perpetual.
Queen h6, what about that?
Yeah, but it's a kind of a tactic for the sake of tactic. Yeah, I understand. Like if white takes, he loses, but white will centralize the queen, like queen e4, like b7. Yeah, maybe you still kind of give king c2. It's interesting. Yeah, maybe queen h6 is a good move. Don't know. I would think of queen g5 as well.
Yeah, queen g5.
Queen g5, like g1, c5, some checks. This could be... It's a silly thing to say because it's still very sharp, but it could be a draw this way. Like so black has enough pawn to play, but just enough pawn to play. Because in a way, both kings are weak, right?
Yeah.
If you bring, let's say, all the black pieces to attack the white king, then the black king left alone, and there will be a perpetual. If white tries to kind of attack the g7 bishop or something, that means white king is left alone, and it's a perpetual. So it could be like one of those instances when it's... But
oh, I just
sort of
realized
balanced.
after rook f4.
I've blundered something, yeah?
What about queen g6?
Queen g6. Ooh, I'm so tempted to sacrifice the queen. I don't know. Can I do it? No, probably too much. If I take this guy, you're planning to take
e7 and d6.
Rook is hanging, and knight e7 is attract. And if I do this, then
rook d6.
Rook d6.
And I don't think you can take on c4. There's rook
and
d8.
If rook c4, rook d8, bishop f8, and knight e5.
That too. I was thinking of rook h8 as well, but I think this is just okay. This is just winning immediately.
Yeah, rook h8. I wasn't sure, like,
the king G, yeah?
what are you taking on f8 with, right? as like hanging in the air. Also, rook f1 is a checkmate.
Yeah.
So I thought it's better to.
Just do knight a5.
Originally, I was hoping that like rook h8, king g7, it works for black, but it doesn't because knight e5 wins an exchange. Oof, some longish lines.
Yeah, probably queen g6 looks it looks very tempting to play because we try other moves. I don't think anything works.
Yeah. Queen g6 is good, I guess. But again, that only means that rook f4 might not be the best move in the position.
Well, yep. It's going to be quite a long thing, I guess, for Stavroula, even though there are so many pieces already being traded off, like 3 minor pieces and a bunch of pawns. But yeah, the position is just getting complicated.
No, that's a great game, seriously.
Yeah, it is.
I'm a big fan of
I
this
think,
one.
yeah, this is, I think, the high quality game of this round. Very well prepared from both sides, and they're showing also, even though they're already on their own right now, they keep playing the best of the moves. So stay tuned, because I think
we keep an eye on this one.
Keep an eye on this for sure,
as well as the other games. 2 hours into round, not a single game has finished. Everything is in play. So.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋和下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all day.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. And the games are still going on. All the 5 games are still in progress right now. And one of them has caught our attention so deeply. It's the game between Bibisara Assaubayeva versus Stavroula Tsolakidou. Not that the game, well, it is very interesting, right? From start to the present time too, because it shows us a very well preparation from both sides, and we have actually some developments of the moves here that we were wondering what's going to happen after Rook F4. But Miro, let's take us back to some of the positions a few moves ago.
During this break, I got the chance to check a little bit what happened there. So Rook F7, we still have the information.
Right.
It was like preparation or the best move suggested by the engine. F4, very strong, keeps the position balanced. Bishop G5, the counter sacrifice, is as well the best move. Queen G5, then the move we were analyzing was actually quite cool. Rook G1.
Yep.
Was a clever move, but we couldn't possibly guess like the move after Queen F4. The move after Queen F4 was Queen to C3, which is not easy to understand. It's very simple. It's attacking A5 after, say, Queen C4. There's like some Queen A5, and White just continues playing, and the evaluation is zeros, so very sharp. Queen G5, Rook D5. Black would be slightly better, but probably still balanced after Queen G4. Rook F4. Interestingly, once again, the line we were looking at after Knight G2, Rook C4, Queen H7, and so on and so on was entirely correct. And Queen G6, and this is the move that we also believed was a clever move, in fact, is almost refuted by Queen F6, and that is the move Stavroula has played. Queen F6 is a clever tactical resource because, among other things, you double on the F file, so White has to be careful. The knight is hanging again, and you defend the G6. It's almost like White has to trade on F6 or something.
But once you trade the queens, then everything is like under attack. Everything on the 4th rank.
Yeah, you can. Well, I'm thinking you can take with the rook and say I'm a pawn up. I don't know how much of an advantage that is, but there is also Bishop F6, right? Which makes it very, very complicated again. And I'm not even sure if Knight G6 is a great move.
Because there's Rook G4 then.
There's Rook G4, yeah.
Yes.
Well, technically you're not losing a piece. You have this trick, but actually maybe you save like this. Maybe you save like this. But you know what? We do not need Rook G4. I'm thinking we can actually take.
And after takes on D6.
Rook D6, Bishop G5 maybe.
Anything like A3.
I know.
There's Rook H8, yeah.
But there's still a checkmate threat at the end, right? So this takes. Knight E5 is still impossible because Rook C1 checkmate. And like A3, A4, A3, E4, Black is better. Maybe check is stupid. Maybe A3 immediately. But it's still the same, right? I can go Rook C1, trade the rooks, go E4.
But I still like the other idea. Just take the queen with the rook, and then
like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're consolidating everything. You're a pawn up. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah. So White kind of has to go B3, I'm guessing.
And what about?
Because dropping C4 pawn would mean Black has like connect passed pawns in the center, right? So maybe B3.
And Rook C5. How do you feel about it? I mean, it's still up a pawn, right?
Rook C5. Yeah, Black is up a pawn for sure.
Or maybe just A4 because we don't need that pawn.
You have A4. You have Rook C5. You have like this move as well. So maybe like pinning the knight, because I don't think White can allow themselves to take on A5. It seems too much. I don't see how Black wins the piece yet, but it's very scary. I guess Rook F8 should win. Rook F8, Rook F4, King H7,
Yep.
like moving the e-pawn at some point.
Oh,
So
rook takes d6. Also, we missed this move to analyze. This
wait a second. Rook d6 played?
Yes, rook d6 played, and then rook f1, rook d1.
Rook f1, rook d1. Yeah, but this is just a clear instance of pawn up, right?
Okay, which rook would you take?
Take this
Probably that
one,
rook, yeah?
take this one,
And then it's just...
and rook c4. This way or another, yeah.
Yeah, so this is just a complete surrender. Okay, I'm a pawn down. Let's play this endgame
Yeah.
then.
Oh, white is not without a chance, because, yeah, like that's a lot of jumping. This pawn is not yet too far advanced, so maybe there's a chance.
But the
yeah.
knight is kind of cut right now, unless you come back to h4.
Yeah, knight e7, d5 maybe, or knight e7, f5. Yeah, like white's the move, so white can give a check and say, no, not f8, f7. And let's say go to f5, hit the bishop, threaten knight d6. So it's still, like, despite simplifications, it's still very, very concrete, very, very forcing.
Right. Okay, is there any other candidate moves than capture all the pieces there?
Wait a second. So technically, we are not forced to trade the queens as black. So let's say we take h1, rook h1, and now black can think of other moves.
Stavi just took on g6.
Yeah, she took on g6. Yeah. So she's going for that position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Takes here.
Takes h1.
One of the maybe she.
Maybe
yeah.
h1 because you don't want your opponent's rook to be in the center, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and then.
Oh, wait a second. Do you have king f7 intermediate, which might be like much stronger move? No?
That's possible. And after knight h4, because after rook h8, there's rook f1.
It's the same.
So Stavi just took the pawn on c4.
Yeah, rook c4. Yeah, I was thinking I'm doing something smart, but it's exactly the same. Rook c4, knight f5. Same as it would be via e7, f5, yeah.
But it's very important now for the knight to move, yeah? Otherwise it might get trapped.
Yeah. Takes, rook to c4.
Okay, so
Move 31.
move 31, 9 more moves, and Stavroula still has 29 minutes on the clock, so it's still a lot then.
Not a sign of a time trouble in this game, and this is very likely to, to pass the time control mark, and then to, it can be a very long endgame. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm just thinking like, this is the game of the leaders. So if anyone wins this, she will maintain the lead, and the other.
But also Tan Zhongyi might
Tan
be in the lead.
Zhongyi, also might be in the lead as
Because
well.
her position against Goryachkina was very, very promising. Not Goryachkina, pardon, against Lagno. I was looking at Goryachkina's game, and that's why. So maybe we are switching to Tan Zhongyi and Kateryna.
Yes, let's
Lagno.
see how it goes there.
After rook d8, knight d4, we've seen this one. Yeah, rook a, c8. So didn't play knight e7. Queen e3, king g8, g3, and now knight e7 now.
Yeah, it's now c5. Okay, c5 and e6. They are the attention of this position right now. So if you
I
go
guess you
b4,
can go b4 simply. I'm trying to make knight e6 work, but it doesn't work. No, it's too optimistic. No, I gotta play
let's
b4.
go for b4.
Right? Gotta play b4. Yes, and she does. She does play b4. Let's say we trade.
Maybe no need to put it. maybe no need to trade. Just keep it like that.
Yeah, but what's the move we are playing?
If a move like knight f5, what do you do? Takes and then gf.
I guess g4 then.
Actually, I don't know if ef is also a move. Probably not. But
Yeah, EF kind of keeps the king safe, but
yeah.
at some point, the mass of white extra pawns could become critical because, like with opposite-colored bishops, you're not afraid of like being pawned down on the queen side. But if white wins the d5 pawn, for instance, it could be too much. But ef5, on the other hand, at least you don't have to worry about the king. Maybe ef5 because other way around, gf5, g4. Seems like it's too many factors in white's favor. b6 I thought was the blunder. And computer confirms it. b6, knight e6.
I think it's because Kateryna is pretty low on time right now. She just wants to make move fast.
Yeah.
Because now it's move 22. So she has to make another 18 moves to get the extra 30 minutes. And wow, okay.
I'm wondering if I'm right because I had this idea. I'm not sure if it's any good. I'm just like saying this is what I thought could work. Check
King
king
g7,
g7 and I don't know, takes b6 for instance.
And if takes c3?
If queen takes c3, g4 with the idea of going g5.
Or you can also disturb it with b7 first. I don't know.
Yeah, b7 is
G4,
also an
G5,
option.
yeah.
Yeah, but the g4, like threatening g5, is a very, very straightforward. It's a messy position. I understand, like a lot of stuff to calculate. But queen is safe on e6. Black has no way of attacking the queen. g5 is a very serious threat. What else? Yeah, queen h3, g5. White just wins because the queen's attacked and f6 attacked. So you trade and white wins the piece back and probably wins the game. So I have a guess that knight e6 could be very strong. Besides, c6 is also an option, no?
But bishop takes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight
Yeah.
c6. Yeah, I was hoping for the pin, but there is queen d6.
Queen d6.
Yeah. But then having, from the evaluation bar, having this information that white is winning, it's not hard to guess that it has to be knight e6. Wait a second, there is one more strange attempt. Here. Don't ask me what I'm trying to do because I don't know this myself.
No, after bishop a6 just takes on c5
you
first.
can take on
c5 because d4 is hanging.
Yeah. So bishop a6 is nonsense. Yeah, you can take c5. Okay, I go knight b5 though, win in exchange, but
then d4. I mean, black has some initiative then. I mean,
no,
I think
it's got to be this. Right?
Yeah, knight e6. I really like that move.
It's got to be this. Okay, let's see if Tan Zhongyi ends up playing
I think she would play it. It's totally her style to play this type of move.
And it's also, what's interesting, it's move 22 and Lagno is down to 11 minutes.
Yes, yeah.
So imagine defending this like very sharp position, also not having enough time on the clock.
And knowing Tan Zhongyi being practical player, I think we can expect this move within 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll see.
And would you like to switch to Munguntuul versus Koneru? Because it looks really interesting there.
Yep, let's move on. Whoa, Koneru's winning according to the evaluation bar. Last move we've seen was king to h8.
Yep.
White continued with knight d2, preparing f4 or what? f5, f4. Which is like on one hand it's a good reaction to black's f5, but also considering that black has pair of bishops, maybe not so great. And after c6, knight e3, queen b6, the pins are very annoying.
Yeah, and then you take on e4, yeah?
But wait a second. Was this just winning?
And then
And you
all
go
the moves.
here and you go here. Looks like it was.
Yeah.
I mean, you go g5, you go f4, you win a piece. No? Oh, okay, maybe this knight... No, this knight's not getting trapped. Before I can... Okay, it's ugly on b7, but it's an extra knight, so I can tolerate it.
The only thing that you can do is to take on f5, yeah?
Yeah, but then... Like, it's an exchange, and also you're helping me develop, I'm guessing, right? So, I'm gonna go rook e8, maybe?
d4.
Maybe some compensation, right?
Maybe this is
Because
something...
in case of
yeah.
rook f5, you go queen
Queen
d3, bishop
yeah.
d1. Yeah. So Humpy found another way, maybe.
I think she just wants to win this clinically. Yeah.
fe4. Now this one's hanging. fe4, fe5, and bishop g4 with the tempo. And
you cannot
yeah,
take it.
like queen g4, queen e3, queen d2. Of course, black wins a piece. So what else do you have here?
And
have
if
to
you
drop
simply
the queen to e1?
play queen e1, then probably in this position, I mean, you just take one of the pawns. It should be sufficient.
You
to
take
have, like,
this and you go bishop e2 next.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's over.
And the king on h8 proven to be pretty safe there.
Yeah, that's over. This is game.
Okay. Looks like Humpy is redeeming herself from the draw yesterday, the unfortunate draw for her. Yeah, looks like this one's going to be quite a smooth sail for her. And now let's switch back. This also gets really interesting, is the game between Salimova versus Paehtz, before we move on to Divya and Goryachkina.
Okay. Okay, wait a second. So was there a move from...
It was queen e1.
Ah, she played queen e1. Yeah. Okay, let's move to what? Salimova Paehtz, right? Salimova Paehtz is, well, this one has a potential to be a very long game, because queen f5, gf5, knight e1, c8, knight e3, bishop f8. So Elisabeth plays the position differently. f3, bishop g5, rook g2, so she's opting for g4, it seems. Bishop f4, bishop e7. I have a secret hope that they will repeat bishop g5, bishop f4. Not that I mind commentating it, but this can be like a really long game.
But in this position, if bishop g5, I think you can just take it, right?
Yes, you can.
And then rook g8, and I think that position could be better for black, actually. I don't know, maybe it's
Why?
just...
No,
Maybe
first
not
of all,
really.
it's strange for white to play bishop g5. I just suggested this to repeat the move. No, she goes rook e1. Rook e1. Yeah, fair enough. But this is about the time where this pawn might be disturbed. Like, you know, like rook c6, b5. Or maybe
yeah.
just play b5 first. And then at some point go rook c6. And white will have to dedicate one rook to defend the a6 pawn. And also, what I'm not
and
seeing
Elisabeth
Salimova-
is reaching for the rook. I'm just going to remind ourselves, look at the time situation. I think she's using the opportunity to pressure her opponent on the clock as well.
Yeah. So Elisabeth plays very fast, and part of it, of course, comes from, I guess, disappointment with her previous play, and you know, sometimes you want to just kind of play fast, and then if it works for you, yeah, good, then you're back in the tournament. Rook g8. So it's more of a fighting against g4 than anything else. Rook g8. Yeah, fair enough. So the other rook can go to c6 if need be. For now, perhaps the most important factor in this position, as you mentioned, is the fact that Salimova's down on time, down to 8 minutes.
Right. And bishop c1. So
Bishop c1 preparing knight
knight
f4.
f4, yeah. So how to...
I guess you have to do this.
And then you might get your wish come true then.
Oh, you mean the repetition? No, wait. Then white's gonna be tricky somehow.
Bishop f4 again.
No, bishop f4 is a repetition, but I'm thinking, can white actually try to to play for more than a draw, say go bishop g5. Bishop d6 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah, it is. If
D6,
bishop g5,
yeah.
then okay, let me just play a calm move, right? Like rook f8, for example. Bishop f4 is, by the way, on the board, and then they might actually repeat this one. Miro, be careful with what you wish for.
Okay, let's see. Well, you might be right, because Salimova's down on the clock, right? So it's like she's not necessarily very comfortable in this position. For Elisabeth to put at least half a point on the scoreboard is already something.
No, because also if you play bishop g5, rook f8 with maybe with the
But
idea.
why,
The other
why
rook, the
F8?
other rook. Rook
The
a.
other rook, a to f8. Okay, makes sense.
And then I might actually prepare for f6, e5, you know? So I think it's safer to just put the bishop on f4. I mean, I'm not necessarily doing it now, but it's just an idea.
Well, for now, bishop f4, bishop e7.
And bishop c1 is already played again now. It's already second time.
Okay.
Bishop d6, so I think both players will agree for a draw. We can stick to this one, and probably we don't need the diagram for now. Let's just focus on the video and see how this game ends between the two of them.
Bishop c1, bishop d6, bishop f4, bishop e7.
It's already second time. And again, just a friendly reminder to the viewers, there shouldn't be any draw offers before Black's 40th move unless there is repetition and it's subject to arbiter's approval.
But they're also very close to move 40.
Well, they're on move 33 right now, 7 moves
so they
to go.
can repeat it till move 40, not to get arbiter interfered.
But it's gonna be like how many repetitions? Seven repetitions.
Very safe.
Very safe, just
then
to make
you
sure.
don't need, then it's to be sure, yeah.
Okay, what do you reckon this one? How likely it is that
I feel like it's not a draw yet.
it's not a draw yet? I
No,
think
no, no,
so.
I think
Salimova will
like king
divert.
f2 or something. There are still moves, right? It's not like White's forced. Okay, like her previous play does not suggest that she wants to repeat moves. Like she was the one that kind of bring.
Oh,
the
there
rook
you
to
go
just-
again, bishop f4.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Now
you see
it is
how-
already White's third, and then Elisabeth just called the arbiter because if she goes bishop e7, it's gonna be the threefold repetition, and the arbiter will check now, and
Yeah. Okay, we consider that this
This is gonna
claim
be a
is
draw.
correct. So perhaps it's a draw then.
yep.
Yeah, it'll take arbiters some time to double check, but shouldn't be too long.
Okay, so it means that it is Elisabeth's first half a point. At least she's getting there, yeah, because while playing with black pieces after 2 losses in a row.
Wait a second, they both left the board.
No, they will check with the arbiter with the computer.
Yeah. So
to get there,
players are
yeah.
Okay, we can check. So rook g8. That's the first time this position is on the board, right? So bishop c1, bishop f4, bishop e7 is the second time this position is on the board. Bishop f4, and now if black records bishop e7 and claims that after bishop e7 it's a threefold repetition, the claim is valid.
Yep. Okay, so we can safely assume that
So
this
that's
is
the
gonna be
first
a draw.
result. Yeah,
First
that's
result
the first
of the
result. It's a draw.
day. So let's move on to
Divya Deshmukh and
yeah.
Goryachkina.
Definitely.
Whoa. That's a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, I need some of your explanation to help me understand such a position now.
Wait a second.
Rookie d1.
You operate on the assumption that I understand anything, which is not necessarily true. a5, rook d2, rook e7. So people double the rooks. This I can understand. c4. This is confusing for me in this line. Like c4, I'm so tempted to say d4 and then c5 and it's a protected passed pawn. But people almost never do it because strangely this is like usually a weakness later on. White moves
Maybe
the
bishop
bishop,
b1 now.
gets the knight on d3 and somehow it's cool for white.
Yeah.
h6, allowing cd5, bishop b1, bishop f5, traded on f5, and of course, knight e4 is an unpleasant threat, so white goes f3.
Okay, so
If this guy gets to d4, And especially if not only the knight gets to d4, but also white creates the passed pawn, I know for sure I've lost a similar structure with black once. It is a very, very unpleasant position. So as of now, it looks like black has to have enough counterplay, but still needs to be careful. Like rook g. Oh, wait a second. What happens after rook g5?
Queen h4, I guess.
Queen h4. As always, I'm missing like simple moves. I was thinking queen d6 is a pin, but
And
the
then,
knight's protected, so we can move the king. I guess.
Yes.
The
Maybe to
question is-
I don't know actually. Yeah, if going to h1, there might be some checks on g3 in the future, but maybe maybe h1, because if g1, there might be some check on the diagonal. So
Yeah, and I don't know what I wanted.
ooh.
Did I want knight g4? Or it's just nonsense? Yeah, it's very confusing. All I'm saying that if something like this happens, I'm not so worried, like losing the d5
Yeah,
pawn.
but
Maybe I
think-
should be.
I think in the position, I think you have to take, yeah? Oh. Rook
Maybe I should
g5
not
looks
be.
very, very tempting to play. Yeah, why not? Rook g5, queen
Computer
h4.
has it as slightly better for black, but I don't know how exactly.
And queen d6. I think.
Okay, rook f5, queen g3, rook g5. How about that?
Okay. That's your second wish now
Yeah.
for the day.
I only have 3, right?
And then on the third wish, you can wish for more wishes.
yeah, exactly. That was the plan. Because I thought like queen d6, but queen d6 blunders a pawn, right? Knight d5.
I think so too.
Yeah, and the queen of d6 is hanging, so you'll have to trade. And this is not one of those rook endgames where you make a draw easily, because the pawn is you probably do though. You go a4, right? You go a4 and you go here. You probably do make a draw, but again,
You don't
why
want
would
to
you
walk into
why would you
this,
want
yes.
it? Yeah, why would you want it if you can like play something normal? So instead of queen d6, yeah, perhaps you go rook g5. Yeah, maybe if you want to draw, maybe you can do this. In fact, like knight h5, exchange the knights, and then after rook d5, you take a2. And but again, why did I decide that Goryachkina wants a draw? I don't know. Also, Divya is somewhat low
on time.
the clock. 8 minutes. Maybe less than 8 minutes. Cause
It's less than 8 minutes. Right. So this could be. I think this is still a 3-result game. Yeah. Anything can still happen.
Yeah.
But
there's
what
that.
about the eval bar right now? What's the
Point
evaluation?
minus 0.2,
Okay,
which
very
I don't
slightly.
know how to really translate into human terms. So what do we have?
We
have
have-
this game.
Yep.
We have Salimova Paehtz a draw. We declared that Koneru is winning. Once again, bringing up this board.
There might be a glitch there. It has to be rook takes f8 and then rook takes f8.
That's some stupid. Yeah.
After d3 rook f8.
It's
rook
a
f8.
glitch in a PGN, right? So ed3, rook f8 is what the actual position is, how the actual position looks like, and
But
honestly seems desperate for white. Bishop e2.
I'm just trying to understand. But this is black's turn to move.
No, rook f8. It's white to move.
Yeah. But now Koneru is thinking. Oh no, but it's white to move. Yeah, it's white to move.
It's white to move.
No, why is it on my
Hmm?
on my screen it is Koneru's turn to move after rook f8. But probably
Because it's a glitch in a PGN.
okay, maybe we can switch to the other game while that one is being fixed.
Yeah. And the rest, we were waiting for Tan Zhongyi to come up here with the move here, which we suspect could be knight takes e6. Yep. Still not played. The
Yeah, amazing.
valuation is critical for Lagno. It's +3. So white is winning.
Oh, that
+3,
much.
and if it's +3, it's probably some tactic, some form of tactic.
Yeah,
It's not just like, just an extra pawn or something. So it must be some form of tactic.
Right. And the game between
Assaubayeva against
Tsolakidou.
Tsolakidou, the high quality game that we had. In fact, Bibisara managed to, not to fall apart. Rook e1 she started with, attacking e5. After rook c5 she goes with a check, knight f5. Bishop goes to f8. Knight g3, bishop e7, knight e4, rook c6 and rook c1.
Big question there. Do you trade the rooks or not?
It depends, what... I don't think we trade like this, because white is just in time with the king, right?
Or maybe you can start moving the king. Oh, also it's the same thing, like king c2, king d3.
So this, I think, it's a
It's a
relatively easy
A
draw.
draw.
And when you asked, I thought, maybe king e6 is
But it's
clever,
almost the
but
same.
not really, because there's king c2, king d5, king d3, and there is nothing. c5, there's b3, but there's also knight
Just
c3
knight
followed by
c3.
king e4.
Yeah, so it means that you have to
you have
move
to
the
go
rook,
rook
yeah?
h6 or something.
But then it allows rook c7, then it might get a bit complicated there.
c7.
There's b6 there.
Yeah, you can go b6.
But b6, knight g5, king has to go down
Have
and
to
put
go
the
to
knight
e8.
again. Yeah, knight e4 again.
Yeah, so it's very hard, like one of those positions where black is better, obviously, but very hard to win. Okay, she gets rook b6.
Rook b6.
Yeah, rook b6 is clever, in fact. Rook b6 is clever. I think ultimately the rook will go to the longer side, but for now what's important is to defend the b7 pawn, so that rook c7 can be
King e6.
answered with king e6.
And there's no more check. I mean, there's no check at all for the king, because the bishop on e7 controls all the
Bishop on
squares.
e7 restricts the knight. Oh, wait a second. Can I do
No.
this strangely?
Takes and rook d6, I guess. Oh no, takes and rook c6.
So you're telling me
Yeah.
I'm not stopping the e pawn or what?
And then just king f5 and so on. I think it's losing immediately, no? The king on b1 is cut off.
Yeah, I understand, but it's not immediately. It's quite a few moves, but yeah, could be that it's just lost. Yeah. All right. Yeah, still better for white, but sorry,
Black.
better for black, of course. Yeah, but at some point the valuation was kind of more in favor of Stavroula. So Bibisara managed to pull back a little and still has good chances of saving this one.
And after a long thought, Tan Zhongyi finally took on e6.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow. I do not have this move yet, but yes, she does take on e6.
Yeah, knight e6, f e6, queen e6, and king g7, and takes on b5. So it's pretty much what we
On b6.
analyzed before. Yeah, cb6. Yeah, and Kateryna has to decide
This
very
is
soon.
what to do.
Yeah, she still has 16 moves to go.
Well, technically, this could be a move. To kind of trying to simplify, but I'm guessing you just take a5.
Yeah.
And too many pawns.
Too many pawns, yeah, and 2 pass pawns, it's too plenty.
B7, a6, yeah, that's too much. It is too much. Well, I've been praising Bibisara and Stavroula for playing a very good game, but also Tan Zhongyi has to be mentioned. I mean, this is a very well played game. So CB6, Queen C3. Queen C3 is on the board. And what did we say after Queen C3? G4 was the guess.
Yeah. Well, Tan Zhongyi already spent like so much time on the move knight e6, so I think this has to be like in one package deal of calculation. And what did she do? Took an a5.
Took an a5 first. Hang on a second. If Queen a5, maybe now you go g4, because the queen will be completely out of play on a5, right? Maybe now is the time that you go g4.
Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah, looks like the pieces are a bit cramped there.
Yeah.
So if knight g8, first of all, I think, can you actually take on d5 or no? b6 is
this
hanging.
one's hanging, yeah.
So probably if b7 first, so is e1 is hanging. Sorry.
e1 is hanging, yeah. That's the biggest problem. Like if you'd be able to take on d5.
Okay, so g5 first then.
g5 and
where does the bishop
goes to like
c3?
c3 or something, yeah. I guess you lift the rook. Can you go like... I mean, I'm tempted to play like a real brilliancy and go like rook e5, but...
We are, by the way, on the right path because I think the players are going to play this variation. Queen a5 is on the board and followed by g4.
Yeah, ba5, queen a5, g4.
So knight g8 looks very natural to do. You want to save
g5
one of your
is a
pieces.
very big threat. If black tries to play g5, well, too many options. You can take and go f4, you can go h4 immediately.
Rook e5. I like rook e5 after g5.
g5, rook e5. So yeah, and if the bishop takes, then white kind of takes everything and possibly with a check. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is lost.
So I think knight g8 is looking very safe there.
g4, yeah.
If knight g8.
Wait a second, b7?
And then rook b8?
And I was thinking I know it's a silly thing, yeah.
I think queen c6 should be fine. You are holding it because the queen on f5 cannot leave because there is queen c7 maybe, but looks very cramped with the king.
But we are not promoting these pawns, right? I mean, while queens are on the board, it's not very likely that we will promote. It's more about playing against the king. That's what I thought, at least.
Yeah, I'm just giving a square for the rook. Should there bishop c3 happen?
So like to go here and to go like say rook e6 or something.
And then double up on the e file, something like that.
So ideally, I would like to take this pawn, right? Can I play like some really stupid move, like king e1 or something?
But still in that position, even if the king is on e1, b6 is hanging.
No, but then the plan was b7 and rook d5, something like that. Okay, g5 is not bad, right? Bishop c3. On the other hand, how is black supposed to play? Okay, what black's next move? I mean, I go rook e2. What's black's next move? Okay, d4 and I do something. Because black is almost like, okay, rook b8 maybe is... What?
Oh, there is...
d4, by the way, d4, queen e5 check. Is there any update?
No. Still g4 is the last move on the board.
So
Yeah.
that must be like a really long time then.
She must be really nervous right now. Yeah, the position itself is very far from easy. And she has to figure it out in under 8 minutes.
Any alternative to knight g8? Not really, to be honest.
Yeah, because the knight on e7 is attacked by 2 pieces, so I think
Yeah,
yeah,
knight on e7 is kind of the main, well, not the main problem, but if at least it was not hanging, then maybe black would have better chance of surviving. So knight g8, g5,
h6 is played.
h6. Wait a second, h6. For whatever reason, I thought that after h6 while I was winning immediately. And now I don't see it. What exactly did I mean by that? I mean, you can go h4, having the same threat of g5, and the point is that after bishop h4,
And she did it. h4 is on the board.
h4, bishop h4, g5, that's what I'm thinking. So you're kind of shutting down majority of black pieces.
So if knight f5? Oh, just
Knight
queen f6.
Queen f6.
Yeah, queen f6, queen f7, yeah. Or it depends on where the king goes.
Queen f6, king h8, I guess.
King h7, queen f... King h7, queen f7, king h8, queen takes g6.
This or
Or
yeah, like, I don't know. It feels like everything should,
or even
should
bishop
win
e8,
here.
something like that.
Bishop e8 in some point. Yeah.
Yeah, so what to do? So it means that you cannot take on
G5,
h4. then?
knight g8, I guess.
Knight g8.
Knight g8 still.
And bishop d3.
And you don't even have to sacrifice anything. You just bishop d3 and
Yeah.
g6. Yeah. Oh wow. So that means h6 is a huge miss. It was already bad, but now it adds more problem to black's position because g6 is a weakness as
She
well.
took on h4, and I think we can expect g5 to come very soon.
G5. G5. Yeah, maybe knight f5 is what you have to do
Check.
here, and somehow hope that white will not win it. However, it's very hard. I mean, this should be winning. I feel like rook e7, knight e7. I feel like this is winning as well.
Yeah, I think so too.
I was like pieces are too far, right? I mean, so you will take g6 with a check, or maybe without a check. Check here, here. Queen g6. Bishop d3 is a threat.
Also, you can do that when the queen was on f6.
Yeah, it was the queen on f6. Ah, queen f6, bishop d3. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, h4 takes and g5. Wow.
G5's on the board.
Yeah,
Yeah,
g5. I think
that's a nice attack by
let's
Tan
stick to
Zhongyi.
this game because you know the moves will come quickly for sure. Tan being the practical player herself, she's not
And
gonna.
Lagno is down on the
Yeah,
clock.
yeah. Yeah, we will have to stick to this one
Yeah, yeah,
because it's
well-
a very important moment.
I think, yeah, we will have to watch this one.
And also, yeah, after this, Munguntuul is actually on. I think there's some glitch in the PG, and she doesn't move for already, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think.
So we can
there is
leave that game for now until it's being fixed. And
So,
yeah,
wait, so what's happening? So this one is about to be decided. Divya vs Goryachkina. Ah, it was simplified. Assaubayeva Tsolakidou will play the endgame
Yes.
for quite a long time. So that's the one that we cannot leave, really.
yeah. Once this one is done, then you can do whatever you want. So, okay, is there anything else that we can see after g5? Is there any like sacrifice on the f2, for example?
There is bishop f2, king f2,
Okay.
and then resign.
Then rook c2, no follow-up after rook c2, yeah? King g1, and
Two
there's no more checks.
in a row. Yeah.
Because everything is protected in the back rank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's... What else then?
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance.
And the knight cannot be protected too. Yeah, this is tough situation. Knight g8 might only be the move, but okay, queen. Oh, bishop d3. We were talking about bishop d3.
Now g8, bishop d3 seems like resignable.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Tough situation for Lagno right now. Yeah.
Well, maybe she has to take, now that I'm thinking.
Okay, queen takes
Queen
e7.
e7, king h6, and somehow hope to survive in there. But then
She did knight f5.
knight f5.
Okay, so we'll see queen f6 very soon, I would say.
Knight f5. On the other hand, like, do you have to play fast as Tan Zhongyi? You still have 26 minutes. You should be, by that point, you should be almost sure that your position is winning, right? So she's not under pressure to play it fast.
I think as long as the next few moves are all checks, she can make it very fast. But again, yeah, you are right.
She doesn't have to.
She doesn't have to, but in this position especially, like, you can already feel, right, that you are much better than your opponent, both on the clock and on the board
What
as well.
Check here, right? Bishop d3 immediate. Yeah, b3 rook f8 though. Queen f7. Oh, wait a second. Queen f7. That's so easy. Queen f7. If king h8, I'm just taking the pawn, right?
Yeah.
And if knight g7.
No, keep going after taking the pawn. I'm still thinking of the move like bishop f2, you know, like maybe just what else now? Oh, rook
And
c2.
you can give another check.
Rook c2.
And okay.
And then
Yeah, okay, I should probably mention that, yes, if white is naive, that there will be like some tricks.
but still
Rook
there's
G2,
king f1.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, knight no, yeah, king f1 is fine.
King f1 is right, but yeah, like, is it a real chance if I just block? No, because like too many things hanging, right? Well, technically there's like a
Queen
check from
c5.
c5. Yeah,
No,
still.
just calculate king f1, so, or king g1 and then king f1, so that there is no more things like that.
Here, and here, right?
Yeah, that works too.
Because black king is getting checkmated.
Oh, what
Yeah.
about your idea? I like having all the checks with rook e7. Let's see if there's any force win.
No, but
after
it
rook
is a
e7.
force win. Why do we need? No, but I wanted like to say that after queen f7, king h8 wasn't a problem. I thought knight g7 keeps black alive,
But bishop d3.
no, bishop d3, queen b6 defends the pawn. No, rook e6 wins.
Rook e6, yeah.
Rook e6 and then g6.
Or why don't we
falls
just
as a
go
check.
one more square?
Yeah, rook e7 as well. Rook e7, but then rook g8. Anyway, in this moment, it feels like it's it's a matter of one's taste. You can indeed like do this, I guess. Just collect something with. Yeah, let's say you're probably able to reach this position, like with some checks. Yeah, king h7
Yeah,
and
check
then
again, queen
go
f7.
bishop d3
Oh,
or.
I thought queen f7 was the
Yeah, we were doing queen f7, but then you said, yeah, you can go bishop,
bishop
d3 in
d3 as
fact.
well.
So now it's a checkmate in 2, so rook g8. Still somehow I'm not able to... like, okay, f5.
But after...
Huh?
Hang on. H g5. G7, yeah?
g7.
And then queen g6, bishop e2.
I see this one.
That one works as well.
Yeah, this one is a checkmate.
Yeah, it's a checkmate.
Okay, the other one is probably checkmate as well, so that means...
So queen f6 is already on the board, and king h7. Now it's a big choice for Tan. Which variation that she's gonna go? I think either rook e7 or queen f7. I think they both work, and she chooses queen f7. Yeah, I think that's
Queen f7.
that's less risky.
King h8.
Or knight g7. Yeah, either those two moves.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 minutes for Kateryna.
No, she still has the time, yeah?
She still has time. But it's very nervy right now. It's this position, especially with such a low time.
So, what's gonna be the longest game then? If they, I thought this had the potential, but then now it looks like it'll be over anytime soon.
It could
Assaubayeva
be.
with Tsolakidou, yes, this endgame can go for a long time,
Yeah.
but not forever, right? Not forever. So.
Yeah, we don't have the visual of the Munguntuul versus Koneru because that might be actually the longest one, but we don't know.
No. Koneru was winning. I'm almost sure that the moment they fix the PGN, the game's gonna be over.
Right. Okay, so
Also, there is Divya Goryachkina, which
that
either
could take some time
simplifies.
as well.
I'll just quickly bring it on the board. So we still watch
Yep.
Lagno's
I'll
game
keep an
from
eye
the
on
camera
Lagno's
view.
game.
Well, Goryachkina's better. Goryachkina's better something happen before a before, and perhaps you cannot take because of a check. I guess something like that. But yeah, but let's go back to Lagno. Let's go back to Lagno because it is a critical moment here. The Queen f7.
And by the
which
way,
move to
Divya
pick?
is also under a minute, not under a minute, under 2 minutes. So she's also low on time.
Yeah.
And
So what's your guess? After knight f7, which move shall we pick? We know
Actually-
rook e6 winning, rook e7 also wins, of course.
oh, king h8. So we'll not see this move. King h8
So
happens
check, king
on the board.
h8. So she's hoping for this trick,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, I think that is a good practical choice by Kateryna. I mean, if she wants to pull off her last trick on this game, king
But
h8
yeah,
is the move.
How do you... What you have to do with white, I mean, in order to blunder, you literally have to blunder the knight fork in order for this to work, yeah, so... King g1, king h1, or even rook e2. You know what? Rook e2, king e2 wins very conveniently.
All right, there's no more. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
the-
one check, but it doesn't really.
Knight g3,
Knight g3,
yeah.
it says just nothing. You can just play
Yeah.
anything there. Yeah, looks good.
But also king g1, as you said, like king g1 and... Yeah, wait. King g1, queen c3...
Rook
There is-
e8.
Yeah, but is it a forced checkmate?
But maybe we can
Not
take the
sure.
knight on the way. Rook e8 takes. Where do you go? King. If king h7, then queen f7.
Well,
Okay, rook e8 takes. I think you have to play king g7, but in the very... I mean, in this case, I can play queen e5. I think it's winning.
yeah, of course, with the pawn on...
Yeah, with the pawn on b6, you cannot stop it.
And last thing to take care
Yes.
of is knight f3 check.
And how do we take care of it?
I guess put the rook on a third rank.
Yeah, that should
Yeah,
be
because
enough.
it's like these pawns have you such a, such a safety in terms of like if there is nothing around your king, you're winning. So then you can go rook d3, you can sacrifice the rook for, give away the rook for this knight and it'll still be a win. So king h8. So that means, yeah, queen g6 good enough. You mentioned something with bishop e8,
yeah, but I'm not too sure about that because there's queen b6 as well. There's no mate then.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e8, queen b6 is even hitting on f2 right now.
Yeah, bishop e8 somehow is a bit too slow.
Yeah, queen g6 should be it. I mean, in a way, you are still attacking the king, but also you're protecting your b6 pawn. Because not only that it is a pass pawn, but because if it was taken, then black might have some counterattack.
Yeah. Plain and simple. Take the pawn on g6.
So if Lagno loses this one, Tan Zhongyi maintain the lead, and it's gonna be up to
She
the
could
other game. Yeah.
Look, she could be in a sole lead, I guess, because Assaubayeva with Tsolakidou. It's not impossible it's going to be a draw. Okay, just to show, Yeah, the same game will be going for quite some time. So yeah, good situation for Tan if she wins. It's a very good start, 2.5 out of 3. And also she already got a bit lucky against Koneru. You know, they say like if it's an even field, if it's a tough field, not like you're a huge favorite, you have to get lucky once in a tournament in order to win it. So
Okay, I was thinking, if you play queen takes g6, what about rook g8? And then queen f5, bishop takes g5.
okay. You do like to find some tactical tricks, I understand.
Yeah. Okay, rook g7 now.
Yes, and now I take this one and the other rook is hanging.
Ah, that is a good idea.
Yeah, but even if, let's say, I fall for queen f5 immediately after bishop g5, like, I don't have to take, right? So if I get king f1, for instance, should be... Oh no, king f1, rook f8, though.
To be honest, even if you take, it's winning. Because then
yeah, probably,
b7, rook
probably.
e8 takes, and then with this two pieces...
Probably
with
it's
the
winning, yes.
pawn.
So it's, like...
Yeah.
One mistake from white will not be enough, yeah, not to win this game. So
Exactly. Let's check on Divya, because she's really low on time right now. I will keep an eye on Tan's game if anything happens on this one.
yeah, we just promised that it will be ended
be
soon,
ended
and then
soon,
Tan
yeah.
Zhongyi decided
Starts
to
thinking.
to prove this theory wrong and start thinking. Okay, rook g5 was indeed played in Divya against Goryachkina. Queen h4, queen d6, king h1, rook e5. Knight d3, rook e3, queen f4, queen b6. White went b4, and then after a b4 it turned out you cannot take back because
Oh,
I guess
that
because check, right?
so that was just a miss then by Divya.
Looks like.
Because
Looks-
otherwise you wouldn't have pushed this pawn.
Yeah. And then she followed it up with rook b1, and now evaluation bar is screaming black is winning. I'm trying to understand why is that.
Yeah, because it's just a pawn up.
But the evaluation is minus 3.6, so it's a little bit more than a pawn.
Oh.
It's a little bit more than a pawn. I'm guessing... Wait a second. g5? Does knight h5 to g3 somehow? There can be... Can it be d4? No, d4 you'll take rook b4 maybe. I'm still not certain. I mean, why is it so much for black?
What about... Yeah, actually I'm still thinking
Yeah,
what is the move.
I'm also like puzzled because, yeah, I understand black's position looks attractive. I understand black perhaps is winning, but like minus 3.6, it's like it has to be a tactic right here, right now. Which
If I play that h5, what do you do?
one of the options would be to... Oh wait, and I still cannot take...
Yeah,
because
yeah, the same thing.
So the b4 pawn is attacked 3 times and you still cannot take it. Yeah.
You have to play queen g4, queen h4 after knight
After
h5.
knight h5. Say queen h4, right? And then...
Yeah, I'm not too sure what I do with that now. Or maybe queen g6. Yeah, it's a attack to the knight on d3, and if you take the knight, if you take the pawn with the knight, then I might have
b1.
rook e1 and queen d6.
b1 is hanging. You
Oh,
cannot
b1
take
is also
knight
hanging.
b4,
Probably
yeah.
this is it then. Knight h5. So let's say
yeah.
after knight h5, queen g4. So queen g6 will be less likely.
This is possible. This is possible. And then... Nah, I don't like knight h5.
Yeah.
If you're not getting there, that means... Wait a second. Can I play g5?
Yeah, looks like.
Once again, using the fact that queen b4, rook e1, yeah?
Mm.
Now, going here would mean that I probably can defend the pawn. And queen f5, maybe knight h5 now. But again, it's like it's somewhat artificial. It's so confusing. Lagno's game, no move.
Still no move.
No move.
I'm keeping an eye on it, so yeah. I'm still curious on this in this position. It's so intriguing. Or could it be just g5, queen f5, queen d4?
Pinning everything.
Pinning everything, and she does it. g5 is on the board.
She's played g5, yeah?
Yeah. I think queen f5 has to be made anyway.
Queen d4, and if you do this...
Then rook e1.
Rook check.
I think you have to take, right? I mean, at the very least, I'll just take all the pieces there. Takes on d2, let's say.
Yeah, you just say...
Or no,
better.
take on d2 is fine, because if there is any check, knight e8 is there.
But also b4 is...
But I'm wondering if there's any checkmate. Maybe not, yeah? Like, instead of taking the rook, queen g1, maybe there's no checkmate.
I don't know.
But this is enough to win.
Yeah, that's enough for me to stop thinking. I mean, that's why I can no longer force myself to look for a checkmate, because I know this is an extra rook, you know. This way or in a different order. Yeah. So this one's winning.
Yeah, Divya is under a minute right now, 45 seconds.
Queen f5. Queen f5 played, and...
We're talking about queen d4, so instead of rook takes b4, is there anything else after queen d4?
Well, the knight's not hanging
No,
yet.
it's not. But it's also, I mean, you feel like a bit cramped there.
I'll say rook d1, so that there is no pin, and I'm hoping to take on b4 with the knight.
Good idea. Knight h5, yeah, knight h5. Or could it be, like after queen f5, knight h5 is the move, so that... Oh, queen d6. Goryachkina played queen d6.
Ah, yeah, plain and simple. If you take b4, you're getting checkmated. She covers h2. And now knight h5 is a big idea. Yes, finally, mystery revealed. Queen d6 is on. Queen d6 is a very, very strong move. Some moves in Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, rook e7. So she chose this idea. Rook e7.
Already played?
Already
okay,
played.
let's switch back.
Yes, of
Tan
course.
Zhongyi against Lagno. No, wait. I do not have those.
So rook e7, you can
I've
trust
seen
me
this. I've seen this. Queen f6 back, king h7, and she played rook e7.
Yep.
Knight takes, queen takes, king
h8. And then queen f6. And we have a result on the game between Munguntuul versus Koneru. Koneru
so
won.
Munguntuul lost to
Lost to
Koneru,
Koneru.
but
We'll get to
the
this
PGN
finally
is not fixed.
I will I think I can get the move later. Maybe
No,
not.
no,
I cannot. Okay, let's switch back to Lagno's game.
Yeah. So queen is on e7, king h on the king is on h8, right?
Yeah, queen f6 now, and then king h7. This is the current
king
position.
h7.
Yep. Okay, so
What was the win here?
I'm also curious. Maybe it's something to do with the pawn.
Wait, bishop d3, rook g8, f5.
She played
right?
f5.
She played f5 immediately. Also wins, I'm guessing.
Oh, clever. So queen f.
Wait.
In this position,
Check.
queen f6.
Here,
Yes.
f5.
So if just let's say the black cooperates here and then takes on f5, and then you'll have mate in free with g6, queen f7, queen h7. So that is the main
Do you
idea.
go queen h7 or you go g7, g8?
Good question.
Yeah. So queen f. Okay,
Queen f6.
That's the position. Yeah,
Yep, and
f5. So your only chance is somehow to defend.
Rook g8.
Defend the g6 pawn, rook g8.
Yeah, which is what Kateryna has done here, and I think you can afford taking it with the pawn right now, with the idea of bishop d3 next. But also there comes rook g8. And she
Rook
took it,
G8,
yes.
and you have queen f7.
Yeah.
And this is it, right? Queen
And
f7.
whenever bishop f2, you don't bother, just play king h1 and then stepping away from all the checks. Yeah, bishop d3 is already on the board, and I think we can expect rook g8 coming soon. They're getting,
Yeah, I guess it's like rook g8, queen f7 resigns pretty much. Which is a game well played by Tan Zhongyi.
yeah. I think she got some present actually from Lagno out of the opening. So
Yeah, it was surprising indeed. So she mixed up the move orders, and yeah, remember I said I checked, like at some stage I checked with the engine during the break, and I also checked this game. And remember we were talking about if it was possible to take bishop b2, and the answer is yes. She should have captured on b2, which would almost equalize.
bishop d3 is by the way on the board.
Yeah, bishop d3. Okay, this game is not over yet officially, but yeah, there is no chance that I can imagine for black to survive.
Yeah, rook g8 is kind of the only move here.
You can also take, I just realized, and you give this check, and rook g7,
And
it's a
g6.
checkmate like this. Yeah, check here,
And
here.
h6, what a mate. Yeah. I think she's okay. She has 3 minutes left on the clock right now.
So the motif here is like how poorly black queen is placed, right? So that's like in.
That was also, I think, a tough choice for Kateryna, because she realized that if you didn't take that pawn on a5,
Over here,
yeah, it's gonna be in the endgame. White can do whatever she wants, and then eventually these two pawns would promote. So yeah, I mean this position is already quite
Yeah,
busted.
this one's lost already indeed. Bishop d3, so couple of minutes for Lagno to.
So what does it leave her then? Oh, rook g8 by the way just played.
Rook g8, yeah.
Yep.
So now it's a pleasant choice between queen f7 immediately or bishop takes and then queen f7.
I think you also have time to play b7.
Do you need to?
Looks
Wait,
nice.
b7, queen c7. I mean, let's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's like.
Oh, finally the queen is alive.
We spent like the entire game
Yeah.
making sure the queen's not participating.
So
She did play
queen
something.
f7, rook g8, queen f7. So yeah, rook g8 now and queen f7 check.
And again, if you block with the rook, it's a checkmate.
Yep.
Bishop g6, queen f8, and so on. And after
King h8.
king h8, bishop
Yes,
g6.
takes. I think Kateryna will wait for bishop takes f2 and then decides whether the game finishes or not. Okay, bishop takes g6 is already on the board.
This is it.
You think so? Do you think she's gonna make her next move?
And you can play bishop f2, but the game's over. Like five moves ago, I guess. 10
So
moves
it
ago, maybe.
means Kateryna, if
If losing,
she loses
what
then
it is,
two draws, she makes two
-1.
draws, yeah.
It's a tricky situation for her as
And
well.
bishop takes
yeah,
f2.
she does play bishop
yeah.
f2, yeah, but
And I think Tan will just play king h1 and by the way, this bishop takes f2 is the 40th move. Oh, king g2, okay.
yeah, king
With the
G2.
same spirit.
But also, like,
Keeping an eye
later
on the bishop
on, yeah,
f2,
later
yeah,
on, I
yeah.
might take
You
this
might take
bishop.
the bishop. Yes. Yeah, there's nothing that's stopping the checkmate, I guess. Oh, okay, rook takes g6. But queen takes g6 and that's it, yeah. Yeah, she might call it.
Yeah,
quit
look,
now.
okay, this one is absolutely clear, and also it's move 41. So
And
we
yeah,
do
she
not have to stay there. Yeah,
she
and
decided
it's also
to
over. Yeah,
resign,
it's also over.
yes,
So it's
okay.
resigned.
So it means Tan Zhongyi is officially still
Yeah, so
the
she's
leader.
the leader and
the
possibly
tournament.
the sole leader, depending on how Assaubayeva and Tsolakidou will play. Munguntuul lost. Divya and Goryachkina is Goryachkina is completely winning.
Yeah, let's go to Goryachkina because Divya is under
Knight h5.
almost 10 seconds left
Knight
actually.
g3, queen g4, check here.
Yeah, this is the current position. Oh, 4 seconds left. 3, 2. She made the move with 2 seconds left on the clock. King f2 was played.
King f2. Well, okay, knight c3 wins the exchange, like in a cynical way. You can probably try to find like some,
Probably
some
pin.
checkmates.
No, some pin like queen b6.
Rook d3 wins, right?
Rook d3 also wins.
Rook d3, queen c5 or queen b6.
And she played knight c3. So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
That's very
like,
clinical
cynical.
too.
Like you keep all the other winning aspects of your position and also you win in exchange.
Queen takes b4. That was
Takes
surprising.
b4.
So maybe you can throw in knight takes d1 first, yeah?
Wait a second. Can you give?
Is there any checkmating idea here?
Knight
So give a check
d1,
first, yes, and then you take
Rook
with the
d1,
rook,
Rook e2.
king f1 or king g.
Yeah, like if king f1, queen h2 wins.
If king g1,
immediately.
also queen g3.
If king g1, yeah, queen g3.
Queen g3 and then
queen
just
g3.
yeah. Okay, I think we have to stay on this one. I think it is the
So
same
this one's
case.
also
Yeah.
over anytime
Almost
soon.
over now.
And in fact, you don't have to take d1. I just realized you go check, you go queen g3.
Okay, yeah.
It's a check.
But like what you said, let's be
also greedy.
yeah. Let's take the rook with the check, and then you go for this checkmating idea. And yeah, so can we see a little bit the move when Divya made the error of b4? I think that's the turning point of the game, because before that, yeah, in this
I'm
position.
not sure what was the evaluation here. To
I mean,
be honest. It's minus 0.7, so it wasn't. Black was already better. But
Yeah. But b4 just makes it easier for Aleksandra to.
Yeah, before a
gain more
before, and the
advantage,
whole
yes.
kind of the whole trick is
Yeah.
that you cannot take it back because rook e1, rook e1, rook e1. Knight e1 drops the queen, and king h2, I guess, would be a checkmate of some sort. Don't know exactly how it's a checkmate, but apparently it is. Knight h5 maybe.
Knight h5, king. Where does the king go?
Maybe you don't need knight h5. Queen e3.
Can we see it
I
again?
trust them.
Sorry.
They've calculated. I trust the computer. It says it was not possible to take on b4. Anyway, fast forward to the present time after queen b4. Can we find a fancy win? Because I think I just found one.
Queen h2
never
is
mind.
just being played, by the way. So she doesn't take any of the rooks, and now the threat is rook e2.
Rook e2, yeah.
And I don't think
Convincing enough.
So
yeah.
if rook, okay, doesn't matter, yeah? I thought the rook on d1 can be saved by playing rook d2, but doesn't matter. Rook e2 will still be played anyway. Nothing can stop it. And maybe...
I mean, you can do this, I guess.
And after...
But then,
Yeah, rook e2, yeah?
take
anything, like, yes.
Yeah, this is winning. Rook d3 is not bad. Everything.
Yeah. Wow.
Was that she still has to play the last move before
Yes.
the time control?
And
right?
7 seconds left for Divya. 4, 3, 2, and finally rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1.
But okay, yeah. After
That's
rook
what
takes
I thought.
d3, I think it's this is Divya's 40th move. Aleksandra has to make a move now.
But she's on 12 minutes. No,
Yeah.
no worries here. Well, somewhat unexpectedly, but around the time trouble stage, most of our games are finished.
Yep.
And the game Assaubayeva against Tsolakidou, the game that we thought was like very long preparation and then very sharp position, and we thought, yeah, okay, this has to be done by move 40. That will be our longest game, in fact.
Yeah, that will be the longest game. Okay, so would you like to keep staying on this one?
Yeah, well, I think this one will be done anytime. Right, so let's wait for Goryachkina to make move 40, because, to be honest, it can be a resignation right after. Like, rook takes d3. I don't see why. Would this game be in progress still. Well, I'm thinking this is also an option, and to go queen g3.
But that's not a mate, the knight on d3.
It's not a mate, but it's a very pleasant... I'm not looking for a mate, I'm looking for a pleasant position to play, because...
Yeah, the rook on g1 that has no square. Right. Yeah, so many ways to win this position as black. But what is... No, actually, I'm just gonna stop myself at that. Rook takes d3, rook e2, knight b1.
Is there a move not to win, you're thinking, yeah? Because I'm thinking of the same kind of what black has to do in order not
She just
to win.
took on d3 and Divya resigned.
Yeah, rook d3, and Goryachkina scores her first win in this tournament.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, so it's Tan Zhongyi with 2.5, then Goryachkina on 2, Koneru on 2,
Yep.
and we have the game of the leaders still going.
Yep. And
Almost equalized though, according to the evaluation bar.
And we'll, if it's possible, then we'll revisit the Koneru's game if it's okay with the PGN. But I think for now, we have to take a breather, because apparently all the critical moments of the games have passed, and then we're gonna go to the game between Assaubayeva versus Tsolakidou after the break. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
We're here with Nurgyul Salimova, who just drew her game against Elisabeth Paehtz. Nurgyul, how has your tournament been so far after the first 3 rounds?
I have 2 draws and 1 lost game in the first round. Could be better, could be worse. It's my first Grand Prix, so the first day was very exciting for me, and I did not perform well. But I hope to stabilize more in the next rounds.
And you bounced back quite well, I think, in the second round. You had a good game yesterday, and after such a difficult first round loss, your first Women's Grand Prix, playing against the elites in the world. How did you maintain focus and keep your mind at a good place to go for the rest of the games?
Yes, yesterday was a good game for me. I actually had good advantage that I didn't manage to convert, but it was good. It was black, and yes, as you said, after first lost game, it was good. Well, it's a long tournament, and there are also more Grand Prix. Yeah, it's the first one for me, and I'm gonna play 2 more. So I said, okay, it was just a game, and I'm just trying to concentrate on each game and forget the bad memories, the bad games, and just take the lessons, and just continue like that.
What are the other 2 Grand Prix that you're going to play, or which locations?
I think one is in Austria and the other one is in India.
Okay, exciting stuff. And what do you think about Kazakhstan so far? Your first time playing here, or you played in the rapid teams, blitz teams, but this is the first elite closed event. How has it been? How's the organization been?
I also played last year in Kazakhstan. There was a match, women's match, World versus Kazakhstan. And yes, World team Rapid and Blitz. And so this is the 3rd time. Yes, the organization here is a bit different. Of course, close tournaments, Grand Prix, it's slightly different. I like everything so far. It's a bit cold for me, and I don't enjoy the cold much. But I brought warm clothes, so it's all good so far. I like the playing hall, the player zone where we can take some rest and stuff. It's good, and everyone is strong. So it's as you said, an elite tournament, and I'm enjoying it.
Since last year's World Cup, your career has taken such a huge upward turn. You played candidates, you're playing Women's Grand Prix, and you've been getting a lot of brand deals and sponsorships. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yes, I guess you mean with Benetton, Bulgaria? Yes. And also right now the dress that I'm wearing is from MDO Group, which is their partners. And yes, I'm very thankful for their support. I really like the way our work is progressing, let's call it that way. They're very colorful brands, and I'm usually more of a black and white person, so they are trying to change my mindset about it. Also, before coming here, before European Club Cup, I was played Club Cup. We had Simul for kids organized by Benetton, and I was I met many kids. They were very happy to play against me. It was very nice. So I think we are doing a good job together.
Awesome. Final question to you. How has it been in the women's elite? You're, of course, still very young, and you've come in just as a storm entering this whole new world. How has it been?
It's different. Well, I was also telling my coach yesterday that I was, imagining about these moments when I was a kid my entire childhood, and it's good, but of course it has very tough sides. That this first lost game, and I'm gonna lose many more games, I guess, in my career, and I'm gonna win many more. And I'm just trying to take lessons so far. I don't know what's gonna happen. As you said, I'm young, but okay, we never know what happens. And I really hope that I will stabilize my spot in this elite.
Well, it's a very positive mindset, and you're such a good representative for women's chess, Nurgyul. Good luck with the rest of your tournament.
Thank you very much.
welcome back everyone, and I think we're on to the last hour of the game of the third round right now in the Women Grand Prix. And we already had 4 games finish, and surprisingly, it's 3 decisive results so far in this third round, and then 1 draw, and then we still have 1 game in progress. This is the high quality game that we've been paying our attention to from start until the present. It's between Assaubayeva versus Tsolakidou. But I think before we dive into that game, because it's gonna take a while, let's take a look what happened in the game between Munguntuul versus Koneru, because there was some error before.
Look, there was the original plan, but now after Stavroula's last move, I cannot stop myself from showing this position which is on the board. The last move was e4, and I think now a3, plain and simple, makes a draw because he attacked the rook, which defends 2 pawns, and one of the pawns will be dropped, isn't it?
Then you have to take on c3 then. Yeah, it's only move. Oh, sorry. Take c3,
Yeah, I'll
take
the rook, right?
Take the rook.
So
Then bishop
like,
takes b4, let's say. I
but
think it should be drawn.
Are you playing for a win with no. I think like a3 is probably a draw. Anyway, so she will think, and we really, like we mentioned the result, but we didn't have the transmission for Koneru's game against Munguntuul.
We saw the position after rook f8.
We've seen this,
After bishop
and
d4,
we've
yes.
seen this, right? Rook f8, rook f8. E takes d6.
And by the way, this position is already close to winning for Koneru, yeah?
Yeah, knight to b7, king h1, bishop e2, queen g3, knight d6. Yeah, like black is absolutely dominant in this position. Queen c5 with the idea of bishop e5, or even queen e5 is good. Bishop e1, it's a sad move, but what to do? Here, bishop f4. Well, check, queen g2, knight c4, knight e4, and knight e3.
And that's it, yeah?
Absolute
Wow,
disaster.
what
Yeah, absolute
game.
disaster. Yeah, Koneru wins her first game in this Grand Prix, so on +1.
Yep.
And we are left with 1 game only. Yeah, Assaubayeva, Tsolakidou. So once again, e4, a3. I don't understand what's the plan after a3. Maybe she keeps the rook on the 6th rank and still targets b2. Maybe I was too fast declaring that white wins one of the pawns.
And now if
Is it
let's
though,
say
if I take? Because, yeah, bishop cannot take because of rook h6, so has to take with the rook. And this, I guess? It's a draw, right? Because I'm threatening rook h6, and I'm threatening knight f6.
bishop d4?
Wait. Blundered this one, to be honest.
But a3...
I mean, there is still knight c5. There is still knight c5, and I'm winning. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm making a draw, but like it's not as not as clean as I wanted it.
I just
want
to check one thing, that after I agree that maybe this is fine, but after a3, rook b6 by the way was just played. What about rook h6?
I thought king comes.
And then I'll give a check. a5 is hanging by the way. Or also in this position, maybe, yeah, rook h5, I think it's better.
We gotta go to f5 then.
If going to f5, then there is if knight d5, rook c6, yeah?
There's also rook b2 and the same trick.
I mean,
your bishop d4.
What's wrong with rook h5? I just want to get to the pawn.
Nothing's wrong with
And
rook
bishop
h5.
g5, knight e4?
No, nothing's wrong, but
Yeah,
I'm also not sure if it's a draw because the king gets very active all of a sudden.
And maybe
Like
now...
king g4. It's probably is a draw. Probably is a
just
draw,
take the
yeah.
pawn.
Just take the pawn. Yeah, bishop c3, king c3. No, it's a3, rook b6. Yeah. So knight e4 is a draw, but also rook h6 is a draw.
There's just one thing. After rook h6, maybe rook c6. And now at least the king can move.
Yeah. Now it's actually tricky
Yeah.
because king d2, there is king f5.
Yeah,
and
this is-
after this check, there is counter check. That's why I don't want.
This is
rook
not too
h6.
practical. So she took the
That's-
pawn on e4.
That's why I don't want rook h6. Yes.
And rook takes b2 already played.
King c1. And wait a second. Do you need king c1? Can it be that you go king d3? This. You can go king d3, I guess. Because there is a threat of rook h6, and also
and knight
there is a
g5, yeah.
secret hope of rook b7.
No, there is this critical line that rook b3 takes an a3, and then rook h6, rook f3, knight g5.
Yeah, but there is also.
Oh, but
this
actually-
is a draw, right?
In that
Knight
position,
f6, rook
knight f6,
b7
yeah,
is
just
a draw.
that's easiest. Because I think after rook h6, you can go rook a4, take on e4, and then having this bishop with 2 pawns against the rook.
But it's a draw. Still, should be a draw.
But I mean, I think only black can win this position.
Yeah.
Even if it's drawish.
Yeah, like in terms of like being practical, yes, of course. You take f6, you take b7. It's a dead draw.
Okay, so Bibisara is still thinking of where the king should go.
Yeah.
By king c1, I like it. King d3,
c1, bishop d4,
knight c5.
knight c5, king d5. And you can
Rook
take
b7.
rook b7. Then yeah, that eliminates all the questions. I thought knight b7. I mean, everything is a draw, but after knight b7, I thought like the knight is awkwardly placed, and you know sometimes there could be some study-like tricks. Like say go a4, maybe keep the rook on the second rank. You know, some miracles. And no miracles here. Just rook d7.
Yeah,
rook
just take.
d4.
And who's winning now?
Yeah. No one's winning. So both king d3 and king c1 make a draw relatively easy.
Yeah, but Bibisara has lots of time on the clock, so she doesn't want
Yeah, she
to
has
be in a rush.
half
Yeah.
hour. Well, still, there'll be, even if it's a draw, it's a game very, very well played.
King c1 is on the board.
King c1 or
Yes,
king d1?
c1.
c1, yeah.
There's no reason to play king d1, I guess. Okay, so now the
C1.
bishop has to go. If the rook goes, then it's immediately a draw. But even if the bishop goes, then yeah, white has all other replies to make the draw happens.
Bishop d4, knight c5, yeah. King d5 and rook b7.
So if rook takes, knight takes a4, will the knight get trapped? a4.
Well, depends on your philosophy, because technically the
knight
knight is
b3.
getting trapped, but yeah, but it
But that's
doesn't.
not gonna be enough to win.
It's interesting. So 3 decisive games today, back above 50%.
So it's almost like the first round then. So assuming
Yeah.
that this is a draw.
2 wins with black, 1
Mhm.
win with white, and the win with white comes from Tan Zhongyi. Yeah, this one, I don't think it can be anything but a draw now. It's too little material left for it to be anything. Well, wait. If we want to play for rook and bishop, is rook e2 actually the best chance? No. Knight f6, rook b7.
Yeah.
Because I thought, yeah, like this, you could still try to pretend that there is something. Because it's like, I have little doubt that this is a draw, but it's still sort of tricky, right? Black having some ideas of running with the king to b3, like if you're not careful, and this and that. I understand it's a draw, but you know, it can be awkward. Bishop d4 on the board. And now knight to c5, yeah. King to d5 and rook to b7.
Yeah, I think that's enough, yeah. Even a move like, let's say, knight d3 instead of rook b7, I think it should be drawish too.
Knight d3 here?
Yep.
But it's a pawn down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, why would
and then
you?
rook d7.
King c4. No, this is. I mean, it is probably a draw, but
Yeah,
in,
I mean,
in
there's no reason
comparison,
to go
in
here.
comparison,
Yes.
it's like it's something you don't want to do when you can just eliminate the b7 pawn. Wait, a4. I said king c2. You technically have this, and you do trap the knight, but there is
king c3.
There
King
is
c3,
always
king b4.
there's always something. And I don't think king c2 is the only move you can. You can actually go knight a5. No, you
No,
cannot.
bishop b6.
Knight a5.
There's
bishop
king c4.
b6. Yes. That means you can also go d8, f7, g5. Doesn't make sense to analyze, I'm guessing.
Right.
All right. So half hour. Bibisara has enough time to analyze, to calculate everything, and she plays knight c5 check.
Yep. So that's the way to go, I think.
Black has strictly only move, which makes sense.
Right, king
So
d5, yeah, I think it's the only
should
move.
be
yeah.
played. Yeah, should be played quickly. Now,
And then rook.
yeah, rook b7 is safer, right? Because knight b7, a4. Again, I'm not saying that black is winning or anything, but at least like there is still some tension. The knight is still stuck on b7. Ah, no, wait. I keep showing this. There is a check. You told me there is a check. Yes. So knight b7, in fact, is also fine. Knight b7 is also fine. Knight b7 wins the pawn.
But the knight will not get trapped, yeah, after rook b5? Oh, there's always a4, if necessary.
Okay, you can do this, this, this.
There's a check on d7.
There's a check on h5 as well. There is a check on d7.
Yeah, I mean, this is
there is king c2 and it's a draw.
King c2 takes... It's gonna be long though, because after
Yeah.
rook h5, bishop e5, there's this one. And then
Yeah, I know.
rook and bishop against rook.
But it's still a draw, right? That's something that you do not want to play if you have such a drawish position. But I believe our players should know more or less how to defend these things. Knight c5. Ah, Stavroula's not at the board. I was surprised. No,
she is. She's thinking.
Is. But is there a choice of some sort?
Probably trying to trap the knight by playing, I don't know, king d6, but doesn't make sense. King d6, knight takes b7, takes a5.
Or rook b7, yeah, knight b7, knight a5. Yeah. I mean, if you trying to be too clever, then king e5, knight d3 loses.
So tomorrow, I was just looking at the pairings.
pairings, yeah.
It's also going to be interesting because Goryachkina, who just won today, will be playing against Tsolakidou. Elisabeth Paehtz will be playing against Assaubayeva. That's
okay.
yeah. Those are
Tan
their.
Zhongyi, the
Tan
leader.
Zhongyi will
Who's-
be playing against Divya.
Ah, so black against Divya Deshmukh.
Yeah, Divya is white again, so Tan Zhongyi will be black. Lagno will be playing against Munguntuul, and they just agreed for a draw.
They've just agreed
Yeah,
to draw
so
after king d5.
apparently, after knight
okay.
c5, there was a draw offer by Bibisara, and was accepted by Tsolakidou.
No, wait. I see King D5 being the last move. So I think it's other way around.
Oh,
I
maybe
guess.
it's the other way around.
Because, like pawn down, you probably don't offer at all.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that means Tan Zhongyi is the sole leader.
Sole leader.
Then it's Goryachkina, Koneru, and these two, Bibisara Assaubayeva and Stavroula Tsolakidou on +1.
We can see right away the table of the result of today.
Yeah, we think so. Anyway, we remember the results, right?
We remember the result, yes.
So another relatively short round today. And once again, to double check what's the empty playing
to
hall.
remind our viewers as well about all the other results that happened today. Divya lost to Aleksandra Goryachkina, and Tan Zhongyi is becoming our sole leader of the tournament so far with 2.5 out of 3, and because she won against Kateryna Lagno. Batkhuyag Munguntuul suffered a loss against Conor Humpy, and 2 draws. Nurgyul Salimova drew against Elisabeth Paehtz, and just now Assaubayeva Bibisara drew against Tsolakidou Stavroula. And let's take a look at the standings.
Do we have the standings? I guess we might not have them yet. That's an empty standings, but it's okay. It's okay, we know.
There.
Ah,
okay.
well, it's there.
So we see Tan Zhongyi on the first place by herself right now with 2.5, and then there are 4 players with 2 points: Bibisara Assaubayeva, Stavroula Tsolakidou, Conor Humpy, and Goryachkina on 2 points.
Wait a second.
And the
I
rest
just realized something. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's a unique situation in a tournament. 0 players on 50%.
Yes.
Nobody's on 50%. So usually that's,
There-
in a
yeah.
men tournament, it's, the nemesis of they make a lot of draws, like everybody's on 50%. If you're +1, you're the sole leader. Here, after
Absolutely.
3 rounds,
Yeah,
like
there's no
everyone
one a half,
beating everybody, and nobody is on 50%.
Yeah, but we have lots of 2-pointers and 1-pointers. Salimova, Munguntuul, Divya and Lagno, they are on 1 points, and Elisabeth still in the last position
Yeah, on -2.
so far with half a
So
point.
it's symmetrical, right? So Tan Zhongyi on +2, Elisabeth Paehtz on -2, and then we have 4 players on 2 points and 4 players on 1 point.
Exactly.
Okay, so this is it.
This is it,
Once
and
again,
let's talk about
short,
the games. What
short
happened
round.
today, Miro?
Short round again, and let's recall in chronological order. All started with Salimova and Paehtz agreeing a draw.
Yep. And the second, that to finish, Tan Zhongyi managed to win a beautiful game against Lagno Kateryna.
Right. Munguntuul lost to Koneru, pretty much out of the opening.
And Divya lost to Goryachkina. I think it was also quite a high-quality game by Aleksandra Goryachkina. And
Right.
now she's on 2 out of 3.
Yeah, and the final one to finish, Assaubayeva against Tsolakidou. Well, very sharp opening, very, very well played game. Maybe a slight chance for Tsolakidou, which she missed around the time trouble, but that's about it. Kudos to both, a very well played game.
It was a very high-quality game, and we are looking forward to seeing such games again tomorrow, round number 4. We'll be back on the same time, same place, live from Shymkent, Kazakhstan. I've been your host, Irene Sukandar, with my partner, Miroshnichenko. Miro.
Yep.
It's been a pleasure commentating with you again.
Thank you very
yes,
much.
And
Yes,
we'll come
and
back tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Bye.